Front matter of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. Front matter. Preface to First Edition. A living from bees? The past generally good season of 1921 and the present high prices for honey have naturally attracted a great many people towards beekeeping as a profitable pursuit, and I am getting a large number of letters asking what are the actual chances of obtaining a livelihood from the craft. To these I must answer that, except for the very few, I do not advocate beekeeping as a sole means of subsistence. If you have a small amount of capital and a sufficient income to carry you over the early unproductive period, and if you combine with your honey and wax selling the occupations of hive-making and queen breeding and the supply of stocks and swarms of bees, you can, with experience and business aptitude, make the calling pay, as with every other sound enterprise. But we cannot all do this. My own position now, as it has always been in the past, is to represent beekeeping as a profitable sideline, to be engaged in concurrently with other legitimate activities of the small man on the land, and it is only from that point of view that the matter will be dealt with in these pages. Smallholders have, first and foremost, their living to get, and are willing to get it in any clean and fairly comfortable way. Beekeeping offers these conditions as fully, perhaps, as any other country pursuit, and so the wide-awake man or woman will naturally add a row of hives to his or her holding. To show how these hives, few or many, may be made to return a maximum of profit with an expenditure of a minimum of time, trouble and hard cash, is my sole present business here. I do not wish to discourage the many who have written obviously under the belief that a living can be secured from beekeeping alone. It can be done, as I have said above, but that does not come under the head of true smallholder policy. It takes us into the realm of specialism, wherein we are only indirectly concerned. I am out to help the man with a small piece of land, and whose capital consists, in the main, of the capacity to put in about 300 hard-working days in the year upon it, and this book is a practical attempt to show that the poorest, stoniest corner can be rendered as productive as any by putting hives upon it. Hives which, except for the few weeks of honey flow, can be largely left to take care of themselves. In regard to smallholder beekeeping, however, one aspect of the matter ought to be taken into consideration here. The neighbourhood of the holding may or may not be suitable for honey production. Some districts, especially those near to towns, while being the best for ready sale of general produce, are very poor in bee flora. The only sure way to find out is to make experiment by setting up a stall or two, and then seeing how the bees get on. Fruit growers, however, should never be without a few hives on their land as near to the trees as possible. Though the hives may even need sugar feeding in the winter, the work they will do in the early and certain fructification of blossom will amply repay the grower for the small expense and trouble involved. Signed, Tickner Edwardes. Preface to Third Edition. The present edition of this book has been entirely revised and brought up to date in so far as advance in knowledge and practical improvements in beekeeping work usefully concern the average small hive owner, or those with whom honey and wax production forms only one activity among many. The book is issued in the confident hope that it will be found not only a reliable guide to the beginner in beecraft, but a help to the many already engaged in apiculture as a welcome source of additional income. My best thanks are due to Messrs. E. H. Taylor Limited, beehive manufacturers of Welwyn, Hertfordshire, for the loan of many of the blocks illustrating types of hives, etc., and to Messrs. C. T. Overton and Sons, Lowfield Apiaries, Crawley, Sussex, for lending me the half-tone plates depicting my own pattern of hive which face pages 6 and 8. In view of the fact that the book recommends and condemns various articles used in modern beecraft, I may perhaps be permitted to state here that I have no financial interest, nor ever have had, in the sale of any hive or other bee appliance at present bearing my name. Anyone is free to make and sell these articles pro bono publico, on the one stipulation that they are made true to my original designs. Signed, Tickner Edwardes, The Vicarage, Burpham, Arundel, Sussex, September 1929. End of front matter. Section 1 of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Early Considerations in Beecraft. A beehive and its inhabitants. In first taking up beekeeping, there are a few simple facts about the natural history of the honeybee which the practical man will require to know. A normal stock of bees in summertime consists of 40,000 or 50,000 workers, who are really sexually undeveloped females. One queen or fully developed female, who alone is capable of the reproduction of her species, and is, in fact, the mother of the whole colony, and some hundreds of drones or male bees. The workers carry on all the labour of the hive, the nectar gathering, comb building, care and feeding of the young larvae, etc. The queen does nothing else but lay eggs, which she will do in the height of the season to the tune of 2,000 to 3,000 a day. The drone's usefulness is confined mainly to the work of fertilisation of the young queens. It is possible also that his presence in fairly large numbers in the hive helps to keep up the temperature of the brood nest at times when most of the workers are out foraging, but this is a debatable point. Normally, drones are present in the hive only from about mid-April to August. At the end of the honey-making season, they are driven out of the hive by the workers and then die off. The duration of the life of the worker bee varies from about 6 weeks in the summer to 3 or 4 months in the close season. The last batches of young bees raised in the autumn live in a semi-dormant condition throughout the winter, and persist long enough to raise the first batches born in the spring. The population of a hive is thus constantly changing. The queen, however, will live on from year to year if she be allowed. A queen bee is fertilised once only in her lifetime by the male. This takes place at the beginning of her mature life, during what is called her mating flight. Thereafter, as far as is known, she remains permanently within the hive, attending to her work of egg production, except at swarming time, when she goes off with the emigrating party, a new queen taking her place in the old hive. The eggs laid by a fertile mother bee are of two kinds. The one which has been impregnated by the drone principle, producing the female of the species, the other which has been not so impregnated, resulting in males only. The queen bee has the power, seemingly, of depositing either kind of egg at will, for the former is almost invariably laid in the small-celled worker comb, while the latter is just as surely placed in the large-celled drone comb only. The egg from which the undersized, sex-atrophied worker bee is evolved is identical with that from which the large-bodied, fully developed queen bee issues. The resulting differences are entirely due to treatment, feeding, and environment. In each case, about 3 days after the egg is deposited, a tiny white grub appears, but thereafter, in the case of the worker bee and drone, the grub receives only a bare minimum of the partially digested and regurgitated food called bee milk, and this only for the early part of its existence. But in the case of the queen grub, this chyle food is administered in abundance, and of specially rich quality throughout the whole period of its larval life. Moreover, the worker grub is raised in very restricted quarters, wherein free growth is impossible, while the queen larva, in addition to receiving a lavish and specially rich diet, is matured in a cell much larger than is necessary for her utmost development. In regard to the combs, which are suspended side by side from the roof of the hive, with about a 1/4 inch passageway between, the beginner need grasp only one fact at present. They are made by the worker bees, during the first fortnight of their lives, of material derived entirely from their own bodies. The raw material from which beeswax is made is secreted within certain glandular recesses on the bee's abdomen in the form of tiny, flat, glass-like scales. These scales are chewed up by the worker bees and incorporated with the secretion from certain glands, the resulting substance being formed into comb. The glutinous matter, called by beekeepers propolis, of which such quantities are used by the bees for stopping up crevices, etc., is also probably matter actually created by the bees themselves, although the general belief hitherto has been that it is gathered outside like nectar. There are, of course, a great many other facts about the life of the honey bee, an endless array of them, indeed, which the beekeeper will gradually add to his store of knowledge. But the foregoing comprise all that is necessary for a start. We are now in a position to look into a modern beehive and note the chief points wherein it differs from the old straw skep beloved of our forefathers. Until the modern movable comb hive was introduced, any scientific cultivation of bees worthy of the name was impossible. While the combs were fixed and the bees were free to build them how and wherever they willed, little or nothing could be done in the way of management, and the beekeeper had to take, in the matter of honey, just what the bees chose to produce. But with the advent of the movable comb frame and the invention of artificial comb foundation, all this was changed. These frames hang side by side in the brood nest, touching it only where the ends of the top bars rest on the hive sides, so that it is only at these two small points that the bees can fasten them down. And the bees are induced to build only within the frames by furnishing these frames with thin sheets of wax impressed on each side with a hexagonal pattern representing the cell bases. The results of this system are that we can secure straight, well-made combs of any size, and as many in number as we will. We can ensure them being composed throughout of worker cells, and thus limit the drone population of a hive to its necessary minimum. The frames being readily removable, we can withdraw from the brood nests those which are clogged with honey and substitute empty combs from other hives, which the queen will fill with eggs. We can strengthen backward stocks by giving them frames of brood taken from over-prosperous colonies. Above all, we can enormously increase the honey yield of our hives by furnishing their upper stories with these movable frames, which can be taken out at intervals, emptied of their honey by means of another famous modern invention, the centrifugal honey extractor, and return the clean combs to the hives to be immediately filled again without putting the bees to the great expense in time and trouble of making fresh combs during the height of the honey flow, just when time and bee labour are most precious. By means of the movable comb, also we can control, and often prevent, swarming, hitherto the chief obstacle to large honey yields. First principles in bee culture. There are certain cardinal principles upon which all successful bee culture must rest. The first of these is the necessity for a good location. Beekeeping will not succeed in itself unless sufficient nectar-yielding plants exist within a 2-mile radius of the locality. It is useless to think of planting specially for bee forage. Nothing less than half an acre will make any appreciable difference in the yield from the hives, and probably 10 times this area would be needed, taking good seasons with bad. If, therefore, your holding is not situated in the midst of extensive fruit plantations or gardens, or near sheep farms, or within reach of heather moorlands, you will do well to leave beekeeping, as a source of income, alone. Given, however, a good location, a large average honey harvest may be maintained by consistent observance of these 3 chief principles. 1. Possession only of a good, hardy, prolific strain of honey bee. 2. Retention of only strong stocks in the apiary. And 3. Housing of these stocks in properly designed and constructed hives. Blood is the vital, paramount thing in successful apiculture, as it is in all other stock breeding enterprises. Bees produce a far greater quantity of honey when they are combined in very large communities. But neither quality of stock nor numerical strength will obtain their best results if the work of the colonies be hampered by faultily designed hives made of thin and poor material. To make a real payable proposition of beekeeping, then, we must have the right bees, united in big colonies, in the right hives and stationed in the right districts. And, having secured that much, we must learn how to manage them in the right way. About beehives. I have set it as a matter of first importance that the stocks should be housed in the right sort of hives. A good hive should consist of a brood nest on a level with the entrance, where the queen lives and the young bees are raised, and an upper chamber where surplus honey is stored. Experienced beekeepers are fairly well agreed that, for this country at least, a brood nest containing 10 comb frames, each measuring 14 inches by 8½ inches, is large enough for all practical purposes. The inside measurements of the upper chamber, intended for the storage of honey, are necessarily governed by the size of the brood box on which the chamber rests. It has been found most convenient to make this chamber in a series of separate stories, each capable of holding, in the case of section honey, 21 1-pound section frames, and, where run honey is being worked for, either 8 or 10 extracting frames, which are of the same length as the brood frames, but ordinarily only 5½ inches deep. In their construction thus far, all modern hives are practically uniform, but they are not equally good. Apart from the effects of good or bad management on these matters, we must now ask ourselves the question: how can the hive itself be made to contribute materially to the welfare of the bees and the outcome of their labours? The beginner will do well to ponder this question carefully, as he may well find it to lie at the heart of the whole problem of how beekeeping can be made to pay. A beehive should do much more than contain its inhabitants and their various works. It must not only provide protection from cold and the onslaughts of weather, but it must also facilitate those works in every way that human ingenuity can devise. In nearly all these essentials, the modern hive, as obtainable commercially at present, is conspicuously lacking. It must be realised by the novice in beecraft that hives whose walls consist of a single thickness of wood are wholly unsuitable for the fickle British climate. It is impossible to make such hives cold-proof, although bees will contrive to winter in them. But if our bees are to do their best in the most economical way, we must provide them with hives which afford entire protection against outside cold, draught, and damp. This no single-walled hive can ever do. For even if rain or wind are effectually excluded, the single wall to the brood nest must always remain cold by reason of its contact with the outer air. Warm walls to the chamber containing the cluster of bees and maturing larvae are a first necessity. A vapour is being continually given off by the bees clustered upon the combs. If the walls of the brood box are cold, this vapour will precipitate its moisture upon them, instead of passing harmlessly away through the entrance, as it would do if the walls were insusceptible to outside temperature. With thin cold walls, the dampness of the brood nest reduces the temperature of the cluster, and the bees become restless. They endeavour by extra feeding to counteract the cold, and thus an excessive amount of stores is consumed. This in itself may give rise to dysentery and other troubles, but the unduly low temperature and waterlogged condition of the combs may set up fermentation in such of the honey as may not have been sufficiently ripe when sealed. In this case, a dysenteric state is pretty sure to set in among the bees, and the stock may even succumb altogether. I am constantly being asked to explain the cause of death in a colony which has died out mysteriously in the midst of plentiful stores and in a hive amply protected against the weather. In nearly every case, I have been able to trace the disaster to the condition above described, due to the walls of the hive having been too thin. By far the best system in hive construction is to make the brood nest walls hollow on all four sides, the space between the two skins containing nothing but confined air. This dead air is a more perfect heat intercepting medium than any sort of packing, such as sawdust, which is liable to get damp and so rot the hive. A brood box designed on this plan is necessarily made in one piece in respect of its four sides, and has the advantage of being strong without being unduly heavy. The floorboard is made detachable, the brood nest merely standing upon it with side plinths to prevent underdraft. The upper part of the hive need only be single-walled, because the sides and ends of the honey racks which go inside it themselves constitute a second inner casing. The thorough ventilation of hives is an important matter at all seasons, and there is much that the bee master can do to ensure the welfare of his bees in this respect. The question, however, is not so simple as it looks. You cannot provide for the ventilation of a beehive on the same systems as would be applied to a poultry house. It would appear to be quite easy to make a row of holes in the upper part or at the back of a brood nest, so that there could be a natural escape of the heated foul air through these holes, and an equally natural and automatic inflow of fresh air through the hive entrance in front. But experience shows that the honey bee will have nothing to do with such a device. Her system of ventilation is to have only one opening to her dwelling, which must serve for all purposes, the ingress and egress of air, as well as the coming and going of the busy population. By this system, air is drawn out of the one orifice, the hive entrance, at one or both of its sides, and fresh air passes in at its centre by a process of suction, the current of air thus induced probably making a complete circle, or perhaps double circle, of the interior of the hive, and the necessary movement being communicated to the air, as everyone knows, by the ranks of fanning bees which can be seen at the hive entrances during warm weather. In winter, however, this mechanical system of ventilation is allowed to lapse, and its place is taken by one truly automatic. Now the bees take advantage of the natural law that warm air is lighter than cold air. They get together in the centre of the brood nest in a solid phalanx. and from this cluster there is continually given off a warm, moist vapour, which, rising, draws in fresh air through the hive entrance. A circulatory motion is set up, and the foul air eventually finds its way out through the same orifice. Of course, this process is exceedingly slow. The vitiated, moisture-laden air is a long time escaping, probably creeping round the hive walls under propulsion of the cold, centrally ascending air, and leaving most of its warmth behind it during its travels towards the open. We see that the air within the hive thus changes at a very deliberate pace, and this is necessary because the incoming air must be thoroughly warmed before it reaches the cluster. We can do no good by increasing the rate of circulation, nor would it be sound policy to reduce the empty space within the brood nest, as is so often recommended, seeing that fresh, warm air in abundance is a prime condition of healthy winter life. A very good plan, indeed, is to increase this space by raising the whole brood nest so as to have an extra air space of about 1½ inches between the floorboard and the combs. But a still more important thing is so to construct the hives that the warm air passing away from the cluster will not have its moisture precipitated until it actually encounters the outside cold. Here comes in the great advantage of the hive, whose construction I now purpose to detail, wherein all walls are 3-inch cavity walls. Such a hive will retain its warmth against any normal winter temperature. End of section 1. Section 2 of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Practical hive-making. The two photographs represent a type of hive which I have long had in use in my own bee garden. And as this hive embodies all the points that experience has convinced me to be essential in practical beekeeping for profit, I cannot do better, for the guidance of the beginner, than describe it in detail, adding such simple directions as may be necessary for its construction at home. The hive stands 2 ft 5 inches high, not including stumps, and measures about 2 ft 3 inches square overall. It is made throughout in 1/2 inch yellow deal, planed on one side, and consists of 5 separate parts: the roof, lift, brood chamber, porch and baseboard. The front and side walls of the brood nest are 3 inches thick. There is no back wall, as can be seen in the illustration. But here the brood nest is closed internally by a sliding glass dummy and externally by a door hinged at the bottom. There is nothing unusual in the shape of the baseboard, lift or roof, except that the latter has wide eaves on all sides, a rather steep slope, and is extra heavy and strong. The porch, which in one picture is shown in its summer position, is of very simple construction. It is detachable, and holds to the face of the hive by 2 side hooks, which have a double set of eyelets. When the hooks engage with the lower eyelets, the porch rests on the alighting board, and then gives a beeway of 5 inches. When the hooks are fastened into the upper eyelets, the porch is raised a little, and allows the whole 14.5-inch entrance to come into use. There are no slides, blocks or similar contrivances to extend or contract the entrance. In practice, I have found the 5-inch beeway to be restricted enough during winter or bad weather at other times. And on those rare occasions when a smaller entrance or none at all is required, a strip of perforated zinc and a few drawing pins accomplish all that is necessary. As will be seen, there is nothing ornamental nor fanciful about the hive. It is put together with plenty of long wire nails and receives 3 coats of paint to begin with, and 1 annual coat thereafter. It is larger and heavier, and somewhat higher in cost than many of the flimsy productions sometimes advertised. But I believe that it is impossible to reduce any of these 3, and still have the hive right in every way. Next to design, durability is the main requirement in a beehive. It must be remembered that hives are constantly exposed to all sorts of weather, and should be built accordingly. If they are carefully made of sound, seasoned material, and are given a good coat of paint every spring, 20 years' efficient service ought not to be too much to expect of them. The only part of a hive which is quickly perishable is that which touches the soil, and it is mainly for this reason that I advocate hives without legs. If the hives are allowed to stand on 4 stakes driven into the ground, these can always be renewed at a few minutes' notice. There is also another and a very important advantage in the use of stakes. All hives must stand in a dead true vertical position, or the combs will not be built straight. And it is just this which is so difficult to secure with the ordinary leg stand. Hives with legs are always liable to get out of the perpendicular, from subsidence of the soil or other causes. But this never happens where the hive stands on good, strong stakes, firmly driven in and then sawn off true to a spirit level. In making the hive, the brood chamber should be finished first, as all other parts necessarily take their dimensions from this. The inner side walls are 8 3/4 inches high, 17.5 inches long, and stand 14.5 inches apart. The outer walls, front and side, also the front inner wall, are 9 1/8 inches high. The space between the walls is filled in, top, bottom and ends, by strips of wood 2 inches wide, the top strip in front being flush with the level of the walls, but the 2 side strips being sunk 1/2 inch to facilitate lifting of the frames. The 2 front walls are cut out below to allow a beeway of 14.5 inches by 1/2 inch. The space within the walls is left empty, but entirely enclosed. The hive bottom is made of the same yellow deal, 1 inch thick. It is nailed upon 2 runners, 2.5 inches deep, and measures 20.5 inches in width and 23.5 inches in length, the front 4 inches being sloped to form the alighting board. The brood nest fits closely down on the hive bottom and has side plinths, as shown in both photographs, to exclude draught. The brood nest has also a bottom bar, see item C figure 4, at the back, upon which the back door is hinged. This bar, 1.5 inches wide, meets the hive bottom and together with it forms one level floor to the hive. The sliding glass dummy is well seen in Figure 3. It is of the same width, 1½ inches, as an ordinary standard comb frame, but instead of hanging within the brood chamber with a clear bee-way at the bottom and sides, it completely closes in the chamber end. The glass is flush with the inner face of the dummy. This dummy can be moved forward or backward, so that the brood chamber can be reduced to a capacity of only a few frames, as in photograph, or it can be slid back against the door, when room is given for 11 frames, while space for yet another frame in summertime can be afforded by removing the dummy altogether. In the construction of the lift and roof, there is little that cannot be made out from the photograph. 1/2-inch deal is usually sold in a standard breadth of 9 inches, so that the lift, which must be 18 inches high to give room for 3 honey racks, takes exactly 2 breadths of wood. This lift can be made in 2 stories if preferred. Figure 4 represents the brood nest complete, except that the back door has not yet been fixed into place. This door hinges upon the face of the bottom bar C, the hinges coming where triple dots are shown. The dotted lines mark the relative positions of the bottom bar and the detachable floorboard, the two together forming one floor to the brood chamber. The shaded part of the drawing, AAA, is the floorboard with side and end battens, and its front portion slopes at D to form the alighting board. The floorboard is made like an inverted tray resting on 4 stumps, F. These stumps coming just inside the corners of the tray. The comb frames run across the hive, their ends resting on the slightly sunken portions of the side walls shown at BB. The glass dummy comes behind the frames, next the back door. Frames, dummy and door are omitted from the drawing, for the sake of simplicity. In Figure 5, Item A, are seen the details of construction of the brood nest. The parts composing the brood nest are 18 in all: 3 outer walls, 3 inner walls, 6 filling-in pieces, top and bottom, shaded in diagram, 2 end pieces marked X, 2 side plinths marked EE in Figure 4, the bottom bar marked C, Figure 4, and the back door shown at Figure 3. In assembling these different parts, the front outer wall is first nailed to the outer 2 side walls, then the front inner wall and inner side walls are fastened together. These 2 combinations are now fitted accurately, one within the other, and nailed up from outside. Next, the end pieces, marked XX, and the 3 bottom filling-in pieces are fastened into position, after which the bottom bar, item C, is got into place. In carrying out the foregoing directions, the set square must be constantly used, as it is essential to have all angles absolutely true. The bottom bar should only be fastened on after the 3 walls have been quite accurately fixed together, and it will then be found that the bar will keep the whole assemblage permanently in its right interrelationship. Now the side plinths, marked EE in Figure 4, can be nailed on, the 3 top filling-in pieces nailed into place, and the back door screwed on, when the brood chamber will be finished. Working instructions and diagrams have generally a complicated look, and those here given are no exception to the rule. But in practice it will be found that, granted all the various parts have been accurately cut, very little difficulty will be experienced in bringing them together. A sketch of the detachable porch is given at B in Figure 5. The porch as shown is completely removable from the hive. The outer front of the brood box is quite plain, with a slot along its bottom edge, measuring 14½ inches by ½ an inch. This gives an entrance for the bees stretching the whole width of the brood chamber, which is none too much during the busy summer season. At this time the hooks of the porch engage with the upper eyelets at the hive sides, and the porch is thereby raised ½ an inch out of the way. But when the hooks are placed in the lower eyelets, the porch then rests on the alighting board, closing up the main entrance except in the centre, where, as will be seen from the sketch of item B in Figure 5, the porch itself has a 5-inch bee gate. The device is both simple and efficient, and there are no loose or fragile parts to be broken or mislaid. Stress has been laid on the necessity for exact workmanship in making all parts of this hive, but it may be well to point out that only 2 of the dimensions given need be adhered to rigidly, and these only because we adopt the British Beekeepers' Association standard comb frame. The 2 dimensions are the inside width of the brood nest, 14½ inches, and its inside depth, 8¾ inches. These are dictated to us by the size of the standard frame. The inside length, 17½ inches, is fixed at that because it is just the right length for the orthodox 10 frames and the glass dummy, but there is no reason why space should not be allowed for several frames more if the beekeeper has a liking for long hives. Correct position for brood frames. At frequent intervals I get inquiries as to which is the better position for the comb frames of a brood nest, running from side to side or from back to front of the hive. Taken as a practical point in beekeeping for profit, I must unhesitatingly decide for the former method. The balance of advantages, taking all the year round, is, I contend, definitely in favour of the side-to-side position. Beemasters are generally agreed that the best place to stand when manipulating a hive is in the rear, and it is obvious that, under this procedure, side-to-side frames are more convenient to handle than back-to-front frames. Another advantage is that, when contracting a brood nest, only one dummy board is necessary with the sideways position, whereas if your frames run back and front, you must have 2, or you get an eccentric brood chamber. Also, when a back-to-front brood nest is contracted, the spaces between the dummy boards and the hive sides are open to invasion of bees from the entrance, and the beekeeper is put to the trouble of blocking these up. There is still another point which, in my view, goes farther than anything else in support of the side-to-side position of comb frames. This is the question of ventilation, especially in winter. I admit at once, in this regard, that there is one time of year when the back-to-front frame has an undoubted, though small, superiority over the side-to-side frame, and that is during very hot weather. Unquestionably, a brood nest with all its combs end on to the wide entrance can be kept somewhat cooler at such a time, because the air is able to pass direct in between the frames, while if the combs lie across the entrance, this direct through ventilation does not take place. But in such a climate as ours, this is surely a negligible consideration. It would be folly to adopt a system which was admirable for, say, a couple of weeks in the year, and inferior during the other 50. Moreover, in this country at least, a properly constructed hive with heat-resisting walls ought never to be unduly hot inside, no matter what the external temperature. The winter aspect of the frame position problem really determines the whole matter. Always supposing that the beekeeper possesses nothing but hives constructed on the true double wall principle, I leave single wall hives out of the argument as unsuited to beecraft in this country. There is no question but that bees can be wintered to greater advantage when the brood frames hang from side to side. With back to front combs, even the smallest entrance allows cold wind to drive pitilessly straight in upon the cluster of dormant bees wedged between the frames. But with side to side combs, each frame acts as a buffer to the blast, and before the air reaches the cluster its force has been reduced to a gentle percolation, and it has lost its chill during its passage round the warm combs. Thus, with the side-to-side frame position, it is possible to winter bees with much wider hive entrances, and experience proves that they gain in health and hardihood accordingly. Probably the exciting cause of most bee diseases is to be found in defective ventilation during the winter and spring. Twin beehives. The twin hive system of bee management, originated some 30 or 40 years ago by a Kentish bee master named Wells, has, I am inclined to think, never been thoroughly exploited, and it is possible that, under more modern ideas of procedure, it might be made very profitable. In principle, it consists of a hive with a brood nest capable of holding 20 standard comb frames instead of the usual 10. This brood chamber is divided in the centre by a partition made of thin wood, with numerous perforations large enough to allow free interchange of air between the two sides, while preventing the passage of the bees. Each division of the brood nest has its separate entrance, and is occupied by a separate stock of bees headed by its own queen. As far as the brood nest is concerned, the two stocks lead entirely distinct lives, except that they share a common atmosphere. But when supering time arrives, the bees are allowed to pass upward through queen excluder zinc into one large honey chamber, which they fill by their combined efforts. It was claimed by its inventor that this twin system of housing bees resulted in a much larger honey yield than could be obtained from any two stocks kept in ordinary single hives. And certainly Mr. Wells's figures, published so long ago as 1894, fully bear out his contention. He shows that, taking an average over 3 or 4 years, his twin hives yielded about 130 pounds weight of honey each, while his single hives only produced about 40 pounds. On these figures it looks as though two stocks in a twin hive can be made to produce as much honey as three stocks in the orthodox bee dwelling. Readers who may feel inclined to make a trial of the system during the coming season should find no difficulty in constructing the twin hive. It is only necessary to ensure that no passageway whatever exists between the two brood chambers, either for worker bees or queen. Nor must the queens be able to pass upward into the supers. The worker bees, of course, are free to mingle indiscriminately in the honey chamber, and it does not matter into which of the two brood nests these workers return, because, being impregnated by the same odour, they are peaceably accepted in either. An indispensable condition, however, to the success of the system is that the perforated partition dividing the two brood nests should be made of very thin, heat-transmitting material, preferably a softwood like yellow pine. This is necessary because it is all important that the two stocks should cluster close together on each side of the partition, which they will not do if the latter be made of metal such as wire gauze. It is also advisable to have a partition between the two alighting boards so as to reduce the chance of either of the queens wandering out of one hive into the other. The only serious drawback I have ever heard of in respect of this twin hive system is that, should one of the stocks swarm, the other is almost certain to join in the movement, whether its condition warranted the manoeuvre or not. Probably, however, the usual methods for preventing swarming, abundant, timely provision of brood and super space, cutting out queen cells, etc., would prove as efficacious with the twin hive as with any other. End of section 2. Section 3 of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Laying out the bee garden. The apiary will need a fair-sized piece of ground capable of extension from time to time. It should be in a sunny spot, with good shelter from northerly winds. The quality of the soil does not matter. The poorest, stoniest part of the holding will serve as well as the richest, so long as it is fairly well drained and the conditions just named are present. The apiary should be established away from the busy region of your premises. For some inscrutable reason, the honey bee profoundly dislikes the sight of human labour near her dwelling, and she particularly loathes digging anywhere near the hives. Let the apiary be plotted out, then, upon land where only those crops are grown which, once planted, can be left to take care of themselves, or whose cultivation in spring and summer can be carried on at early morning and after sundown. The most practicable scheme is to arrange the hives in hollow oblongs of large size, the hives all facing towards the centre. The enclosed soil can be planted with potatoes and greenstuff, which can be attended to, when necessary, before and after flying hours. It would be well, even though only a few stocks of bees may be got into position during the first year or two, to plan out the whole thing right away. Mark out the squares and get the needful pathways properly made with good foundations. The accompanying sketch shows an apiary which has been prepared after this plan. Up to the present it contains only 11 stocks, the outcome of 2 seasons' working, but it can easily be seen where the increase of following years will be accommodated. Eventually, no doubt, all 4 oblongs will be surrounded by hives. In the meantime, however, the whole area of these enclosures is being cropped. The honey house occupies a corner which used to be a rubbish heap, and the first hives have been stationed in the most advantageous spot, facing nearly due south. The irregular shaded portion is a hedge mainly consisting of prune and privet, which is kept clipped and down to a level of about 3 feet. On the east side there is a high board fence, upon which fruit trees are trained, and under the fence, throughout its whole length, runs a border where flowers for cutting are raised. It may be objected that this system necessitates the hives being allowed to face all ways, whereas the best aspect for a beehive is admittedly south, with a little east in it. In practice, however, it will be found that the stocks do very well no matter which way the hives face, provided they get plenty of sun and are sheltered from cold winds. If the plot can be laid out exclusively as an apiary, the question of aspect can be solved by stationing the hives on the parallel system. This consists in placing them in straight rows, all facing the one most advantageous way, the rows being separated by fences or clipped hedges about 3 feet high. The fences stand a yard or so away from the front of each row of hives, and serve to throw the bees' line of flight upward. This plan, in the experience of those who have adopted it, seems to work very well, but, in the writer's view, involves a great deal of waste of space and extra work in installation, both pretty good reasons why we should avoid it. It is not always practicable to choose the situation for beehives solely in accord with the best requirements of the bees themselves. If that were so, the most favourable aspect for hives is one facing south, with just enough east in it to allow the new risen sun to strike obliquely upon the entrances. By this arrangement the stocks are awakened early to work, and, in the height of the nectar flow, this means a perceptible increase in the amount of honey secured. Every beemaster knows that hives which remain shaded well into the morning will be still and silent long after the sunny hives have got vigorously to work. It must be remembered, however, that in bee life shelter is nearly as important as accessibility to sunshine. Hives should never be stationed so that they are exposed to rough winds. A southwestern aspect is particularly bad in this regard. Not only is the traffic of the hives seriously interfered with by high winds, but swarms are very apt to fly away from an exposed locality. The ideal situation in all respects is south by east, open freely to the south, and with good shelter on all the other points of the compass. But, in practice, the beekeeper is generally obliged to put his bees in any odd corner of the holding where they will have shelter. The nature of the ground itself upon which beehives are permanently stationed needs consideration. If the hives merely stand on ordinary soil, This is certain to throw up a dense growth of weeds of all kinds, which, in a few weeks, will either have to be pulled up or cut. The process must be repeated at short intervals throughout the whole summer, or the hives will soon be smothered up, and the work of the bees seriously interfered with. This necessary weeding work, also, will fall due just when extra work is undesired, in the height of the growing season. Beekeepers would therefore do well to settle the matter now, right away, so that needless labour may be avoided in the busy future. No doubt, from the strictly utilitarian point of view, the best location for hives is a strip of ground about 5 feet wide, which has been as thoroughly made up as a garden path, with a bottom of brick or pot rubble, and a surface of gravel, fine clinker or ashes. Such a station, once properly made, will remain clear of weeds practically the whole year round, and will represent an infinity of work and trouble obviated. The width of 5 feet allows of a good clearance in front of the alighting boards, and a fairly roomy path behind the row of hives. If a space of 4 feet be provided between the hives, measuring from centre to centre, the stocks will be about the right distance apart in the row. The above plan, however, though efficient, is decidedly ugly, and we may not all be willing to sacrifice appearance entirely to utility. An alternative arrangement which, in the writer's experience, has worked very well, is to place the hives on soil well trodden down and topped with a thick layer of ashes. This extends backwards sufficiently to provide a good footway for the beekeeper, while close up in front of the hives a generous planting of Arabis alpinis is made. This plant develops a solid mass of green growth which effectually keeps down all weeds, and, as is well known, is covered in springtime with innumerable white blossoms of which the bees are specially fond. Even when the Arabis has done flowering, its densely matted leaves form a good resting place for laden bees who have failed to reach the hive entrance at the first try. The plant is also easy to keep within bounds by a cutting hoe. It can, if desired, be alternated with purple or breccia, also a great favourite with the bees, and a commendably artistic setting for the hives thus provided. Yet another plan, but again on the sternly utilitarian side, is to have all hives standing on a cemented or asphalted bottom, and so doing away with the weed problem for good and all. This has the disadvantage of initial expense, but once done it will last for many years without attention, and on the score of convenience and trouble saved, it easily outstrips all other devices. Garden flowers useful to bees. I am often asked what flowers should be grown in a bee garden, and beginners especially seem to think that the income from the hives can be materially increased by judicious arrangement of the flower borders in the home plot. There are, it is true, a great many varieties of cultivated flowers which yield a fair quantity of nectar. In fact, practically all single flowers are useful to bees. But when we are thinking of surplus honey, a small plot of flower garden must be regarded as a negligible factor. Nothing less than, say, a quarter of an acre will make any appreciable difference in the yield of the hives. This is not to say, however, that the flowers in the immediate vicinity of the apiary can be of no service to the bees. Every available corner should be filled with blossoming plants that yield either nectar or pollen, or both, because, though these will not materially add to our honey surplus, they will be exceedingly useful to the bees when the field crops are not blooming, or as an emergency ration when adverse conditions of weather prevent the bees going farther afield. But it is chiefly in early spring that such home supplies are desirable, and even valuable. You cannot have too many crocuses near the hives. They produce an abundance of pollen just when this is most required by the nurse bees engaged in feeding the young brood. Many beekeepers at this time sift pea flour into the trumpets of the crocuses, and this flour is readily taken by the bees. In poor districts, the practice is helpful, as it provides a substitute for pollen where the genuine article is usually non-existent, and no doubt brood raising is stimulated in this way. But except where his apiary is situated in a very poverty-stricken bee country, the hive owner is advised to leave this and all other pollen substitutes alone. It is against the principle, consistently advocated in these pages, of allowing to hive bees, saving in emergency, nothing but their natural food. Artificial feeding in the long run means loss of stamina to the stock, and loss of stamina means susceptibility to disease, as well as indifferent working powers. It is especially important that these spring batches of brood should receive only the richest and most nourishing diet, for on these early bees will depend the feeding of the future great army of workers, which is to secure our season's profit. Money spent on artificial, and therefore unavoidably inferior, bee food may easily prove a double loss. In addition to the crocuses, the flower borders of the bee garden should have a good spread of single arabis, plenty of wallflowers, mignonette, sweet violet, thyme, sage, phacelia, limnanthes and borage. The arabis is specially useful, as it blossoms in early spring when provender is still very scanty. The same can be said of the wallflowers, and mignonette is valuable mainly because it yields nectar in some seasons for 3 or 4 months at a stretch. A farther recommendation of this old-fashioned flower is that temperature does not seem to affect its secretion of nectar so readily as with most other bee flowers, for the bees can often be seen working upon it even on quite chilly days. Borage also should never be absent from the bee garden. As an old English source of honey, it is proverbial. It seems to flourish anywhere in any soil, and the more it is neglected, the more it seems to prosper. Apart from the actual flower beds, there are many shrubs and trees of great value to the hives which ought to find a place close to the apiary. Cherry, apple and pear trees, raspberry canes, currant and gooseberry bushes, the late and early flowering limes, are all exploited by bees. If a hedge is to be planted round the garden, there is nothing better for the purpose than the common male box. Of all evergreens, it has the densest growth, affording complete shelter against wind throughout the entire year. And it moreover yields a large amount of pollen in early March, when the bees need it most. Bee masters do not seem sufficiently to realise the double value of a good box hedge as providing both food and shelter to the hives. Planting for bee forage. From our severely practical standpoint as beekeepers out mainly for profit, sowing the ordinary flowering field crops exclusively for bee forage can hardly be considered as a payable enterprise. Honey is essentially a by-product in the larger range of agriculture, and, generally speaking, the beekeeping smallholder must rely on his sheep-rearing and fruit-growing neighbours, as well as upon nature's own resources, for the harvest from his hives. This, of course, refers to the individual small cultivators, the disposition of whose crops can be necessarily very little influenced by beekeeping considerations. But there is no doubt that a cooperative colony on a fairly large scale would find it distinctly worthwhile to keep the bees in mind when planting for fodder. White clover preeminently, and also sainfoin, alsike, lucerne, nonsuch or yellow trefoil, and tares are valuable sources of honey, as well as excellent food for stock. Where the smallholder annually lays down a piece of ground to seed hay for his own consumption, it would be well to sow any of the above rather than red clover, which is very seldom of any help to the bees. In some seasons, bees work energetically in the second crop of red clover, but the honey derived from it is poor in quality and therefore of little service to the hives. There are, however, two kinds of bee plants which it might pay the smallholder to raise in quantity, one of which at least has the reputation of making splendid fodder for cattle. The first of these is the Chapman honey plant. Treated as a perennial and planted out 3 or 4 feet apart in all directions, the Chapman begins to bloom in its second year, and thereafter the plants increase in size with every season, affording excellent pasturage for the bees. It comes into flower about the time the white clover ceases to yield, and so prolongs the honey harvest very effectively. The crop needs no attention beyond a little weeding with the hoe in early spring, and it may be propagated either by seeds or by dividing the clumps in the off-season. The second honey plant which I recommend to the attention of beekeeping smallholders is the Hubam clover. The seed of this should be sown as early as possible in the spring. If in quantity, about 4 pounds weight of seed to the acre. Hubam clover maintains a steady flow of nectar from about the end of April throughout the summer until the first frosts of autumn. If any reader possesses a poor, unproductive stretch of ground of little use for ordinary cultivation, he might make the experiment of planting it with Hubam for his bees. It seems to take very kindly to poor soil, and the double problem might be solved by the experiment: how to make such ground productive, and how to render planting exclusively for bee forage profitable on either a large or a small scale. The honey house and its furniture. As the smallholder's sole object in keeping bees is to make money by them, he will naturally look to becoming a fairly large beekeeper before many years are over. His true policy, therefore, right from the beginning, is to make all permanent arrangements on an extensive scale, for, although his initial dealings in bees and honey will be inconsiderable, his apiary will soon grow if the right courses are followed, and he will then appreciate the ultimate wisdom and economy of what may seem at first needless trouble and expense. This applies especially to the provision of a honey house, where the materials of his craft may be kept and necessary operations carried out. Such a house is absolutely necessary for the proper management of any but the smallest apiary, and even then, if the intention be to increase as time goes on, it is much better to have the right thing to begin with than to wait till sheer necessity compels its erection. I propose, therefore, to give details of the design and equipment of an existing honey house capable of serving as large an apiary as is likely to be established by anyone, even though depending entirely on beekeeping for a livelihood. The accompanying sketch shows fairly well the accommodation provided. The shed stands about 15 feet by 12 feet and is lighted by one large window in front and one at end. The beekeeper uses it for the entire work of his apiary, hive-making, honey extracting, preparing super-racks, candy boiling, etc. He has a carpenter's bench as shown, where all his woodwork is turned out, chiefly in the long winter evenings. The opposite end of the building contains a range of cupboards reaching nearly to the ceiling, and in these are stored the various articles and materials required in the craft, and also the bulk of his season's produce. There is a long substantial table running, as may be seen, under the front window, where frames and sections are made up, bottles labelled, candy poured into boxes, and any other work of a light nature carried out. The shed has a good stove of the tortoise pattern, which serves for candy and syrup making, and also for heating the building in winter and when queen breeding is in progress. As it is necessary to keep the honey house absolutely bee-proof while admitting plenty of light and air, the entrance is by double doors, the inside door being merely a hinged frame filled with stout mosquito netting. The windows are casements opening outwards in pairs, the bees being excluded by frames covered with the same netting, which button into place inside and are easily removable at times when the bees are not flying. If the bee master cares to go to the expense, brass wire gauze is a better material for filling these window shields. It is practically everlasting and is safe from accidental damage. The mosquito netting, however, will last for years with careful treatment. In this honey house, the extracting machine stands on a platform about a foot high, and this allows of a pail being put under the tap to draw off the honey from time to time during the slinging process. If a supply of water be handy, it is a great convenience to have a tap and sink fitted inside the shed, where utensils may be washed after use. This washing up ought to be undertaken immediately after each operation to prevent chemical action of the honey on the metal articles employed. But it is often impossible to do so in the open air in daytime, as the bees come and drown themselves by the hundred in the sweet water. The second sketch shows the construction of the shed itself. It is made of weatherboarding on a stout frame of 2" by 4" deal quartering. It is lined, as to the walls, with cement boards, and, as to the ceiling, with match boarding. The roof is reed thatched. In the absence of a cheap local supply of reeds, timber and tarred felt may be substituted. But no chance should ever be lost of employing reeds for the roofing of this or any other species of outbuilding where warmth and protection from weather are a first consideration. A good reed thatch should last well over 20 years. The reeds, moreover, are not liable to blow off in heavy storms, nor do the birds pull them out as with straw. The cement board lining will not be a difficulty. Some surplus army stores of this article may be obtainable, and, if so, the cost will be brought down considerably. Asbestos sheets, however, are not expensive. The price fluctuates somewhat, but if you reckon 3s. 6d. per square yard, you will be well on the right side when you have to buy. Some kind of second skin is necessary for the honey house if it is to be used also as a store for bee produce. The single wall shed is very unsatisfactory on account of the difficulty of keeping up an even temperature. A fairly efficient substitute is coarse canvas stretched from beam to beam and covered afterwards with stout brown paper well pasted. If the paste be made of rye flour with powdered resin added, it will be found much stronger and more durable. End of section 3. Section 4 of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Beekeeper's Outfit, Part 1. In addition to the extracting machine and ripening tins, the beekeeper will require, to start with, and for use during the season, the following tools and materials. A light wheelbarrow. One of the things absolutely necessary to the beekeeper who works for extracted honey on anything but the smallest scale is some sort of box on wheels which can be used for conveying combs from the hives to the extracting house. Some beekeepers merely employ a box with a handle to it, carried in the hand in the ordinary way. But the labour involved by this method is too great if more than a very few hives have to be dealt with. A much better system is to have a properly made honey barrow, such as is shown in the illustration. The barrow consists of a long box divided into 2 equal compartments by a cross partition. Each compartment has a separate hinged lid which can be readily lifted, but which must fit accurately when shut down, so as to be perfectly bee-tight. The barrow from which the sketch was made is mounted on a pair of old bicycle wheels, and is fitted with 2 long handles and a single leg in the centre at the back. On this leg the barrow rests when brought to a halt. The interior width of the box is just sufficient to take a standard frame lengthways, the frames resting on a shoulder piece just as in the brood chamber of a hive. The length of the box depends upon the number of frames it is intended to accommodate. In use, the rear division of the barrow is filled with empty combs, the full ones, removed from the hive, being placed in the front compartment where the weight is carried by the wheels. Each time a comb is taken from a hive, one of the empty combs is put in its place. A good bellows smoker. In handling bees, the custom is to inject smoke into the brood chamber, whereupon it will usually be found that the hive may be opened with impunity. This is called subduing the bees, but few beekeepers seem to know exactly how the smoke works. As a matter of fact, the injection of smoke or any obnoxious fumes into a hive does not subdue the bees in the sense of reducing them to a state of subjection. Apparently, the sole reason why bees attack an aggressor of their homes is to resist an attempt to rob them of their stores of honey. But this motive does not sway them invariably. During the height of the nectar flow, most colonies will allow their hives to be opened without taking offence or alarm, and at this time the use of the smoker is seldom necessary. The reason for this is that the whole stock is living up to the eyes in the midst of plenty. Now the real object of puffing smoke into a hive just before manipulation is to induce this feeling of opulence in the stock by artificial means. If the bees can be persuaded to fill their honey sacs to the brim, thus reproducing their normal condition of summer plenty, they appear to lose all sense of prudence and responsibility for the future, and with these their desire to resist interference. It has been found that if a stock be alarmed, the bees will at once turn to the nearest cells and fill themselves with honey. The beekeeper secures the operation of this natural instinct whenever he will, by blowing smoke into the hive. The necessary alarm is created, the bees gorge themselves, and, conscious of repletion, are bereft of their instinct to defend their possessions. There are few economies in beecraft so false or so speedily repented of as the purchase of a cheap smoker. In a busy apiary, the smoker has more hard wear and more hard knocks than any other article in daily use, and, unless it is well made of substantial material, it soon becomes as much a hindrance as an aid in the work of the bee-master. A cheap jerry-built smoker soon gets rickety in the bellows, and its thin, inferior leather cracks and leaks, so that it is impossible to get a good blast. Its tinware is too light and badly plated, and therefore quickly burns through or rusts away. Its nozzle seldom fits properly at the beginning, and this fault grows worse every season until, finally, the smoke issues as much from the joint as the top. Its handshield is generally too close to the firebox, or an accidental blow may bring these actually into contact, so that the would-be economical beeman has to risk burnt fingers every time he uses it. All these faults are, or should be, absent from a smoker for which a good price has been paid. This implement ought to last the beekeeper his lifetime, and will do so easily if treated in a reasonably careful way. The metal parts should be constructed of heavy gauge plate, well tinned, or, better still, of sheet copper. The 3 or 4 shillings extra cost of the copper will never be regretted. Copper stands the heat much better than the best tin plate, is considerably stronger and less likely to become dented through rough usage, and, of course, never rusts. The bellows should be made of sound, well-seasoned leather with edges strongly bound, and the handguard should stand well clear of the firebox and be made of stouter metal than all, seeing that, when allowed to fall, it is this guard which usually first strikes the ground. A good smoker, however, like all good things, needs proper care, both in and out of use. It should never be thrown to the ground haphazard during the manipulation of a hive, but stood on end, or laid gently on its side, according as it is required to burn freely or to bank down. After use, its firebox should always be emptied and cleaned, and the interior of the nozzle freed from ash and moisture. Neglect of this latter is the most common cause of a faulty blast, as well as sluggish burning or even extinction of the fuel. Especially where much resinous material is used, there is a steady accumulation of a black greasy crust in the nozzles of all smokers, and this must be periodically removed, otherwise the appliance will soon cease to work satisfactorily. It is in these necessary cleansing operations that the copper smoker scores notably over the tin. The most heavily tinned plate will sooner or later yield to continual scraping and the corroding action of the moisture always given off during combustion, and so, eventually, rust through. But the copper will stand any amount of vigorous handling. Neither fire, water, nor rough use seems to affect it. The average beekeeper never seems to take sufficient care of his appliances, the smoker in particular. First, the smoker should never be left out in the open. The most likely thing in the world is for the beekeeper, especially if he be a novice, to throw the smoker down among the hives and forget all about it until he hears the rain thudding down in the middle of the night. Even the best of wood and leather will not stand much of this sort of treatment. The second point is as to where the smoker is permanently kept when not in use. The safest way is to have a little fireproof penthouse somewhere in the bee garden, where the smokers and their supply of fuel can live in the intervals between work. Of course, if the smoker is regularly and punctiliously emptied after use, it matters little where it is kept. Experience proves, however, that smokers are commonly left to burn themselves out, and then a serious fire may, very possibly, be originated if the smoker happens to have been thrown down near inflammable material indoors. 2 or 3 skeps. For hiving swarms. These skeps should have their feed holes temporarily closed, and should have strong wooden handles across the tops. The handle is a great convenience in a difficult case of hiving, for hiving swarms. Bee veil. The beginner is advised to wear a veil when manipulating hives. The veil should be of fine black silk net or chiffon, the finer the better. Made of such material, it will be found almost imperceptible in use, and will preserve the beekeeper from the irritating effects of bees crawling on the face, which even the most harmless are very fond of doing. It will also prevent the bee-man being stung, but the danger of stinging is at nearly all times very small, with careful manipulation. The most convenient way to employ the veil is to have it sewn to the brim of an old straw hat, which can be kept exclusively for apiary use. The question of what to do when one has been stung by bees is continually being asked by beginners, and there are few people who are not ready with a reply, which usually takes the form of a recommendation of some infallible remedy. Applications to the injured part of hazeline, turpentine, boric acid, cloudy ammonia, witch hazel, alcohol, acetic acid, and a host of other substances, pleasant or unpleasant, have been at different times advocated, and each vouched for as an unfailing antidote to the bee sting poison. The writer, however, after a long life's experience of stinging and sting remedies, is reluctantly compelled to assert that no outward application of any substance whatever has been proved to be of the slightest service in the case. A little thought will soon convince doubters on the point. The bee's sting, the instrument by which the poison is injected, is about 100 times finer than the finest needle ever made. This minute probe passes through the cuticle, and the venom is deposited in the tissues beneath, by which it is immediately absorbed and dissipated in all directions. This instantaneous spread of the poison through the system is proved by the fact that its effects, in many susceptible natures, are felt, and are, indeed, often visible throughout the whole of the body within a few seconds after a sting has been received. It is obvious, therefore, that even if a locally applied agent could pass through the very minute puncture made by the sting in the skin, a very doubtful proposition, it could be of little, if any, use in nullifying a condition which has become general, probably long before the remedy is brought into action. But a great deal too much importance is usually assigned to this inevitable accompaniment of beecraft. First stings are often painful enough, yet in a very short time the beekeeper comes to think nothing of being stung occasionally in the course of his day's work, and after a few months of experience his system will have become so resistant to the effects of the poison that he will regard a sting or two as of no moment whatever. In the writer's case, unless a large number of stings have been received at the same time, the effect entirely passes off within a few minutes. The only real danger to the beekeeper from his sometimes lively charges is the risk of being stung in the ball of the eye. This risk is always present in bee work, and the oldest apiarists, as well as the green hand, are equally liable to the disaster. For disaster it really is. Blindness may easily result from a single sting in this part. For this sufficient reason, the beekeeper should accustom himself to wearing a veil or having one ready for instant employment whenever he works amongst his hives. Gloves or any covering to the hands and arms are impracticable for real beekeeping, because they interfere with the necessary freedom of action. But if a little common vinegar be rubbed on the skin at intervals during the day, bees will very seldom sting the parts so anointed. Oil of wintergreen appears to be equally efficacious, while some hive owners merely dip the hands in clean water as a sure preventative of stings before manipulating a stock. A bee coat. One of the things with which a beekeeper should provide himself is a coat with roomy pockets to be worn exclusively during bee garden work. This should be fashioned to button right up to the neck like a soldier's tunic, with a collar like that in the illustration, as this allows the bee veil to be tucked in all round, with much more certainty and ease than the ordinary civilian step collar. The coat has 4 large pockets with button-over flaps, and these are ready filled with articles likely to be wanted during work among the hives. Here are a few articles that could be put in those pockets, and which will be found useful. A box of matches, several empty match boxes to receive surplus queen bees or ripe queen cells which have been cut out, a cyanide tube for the destruction of queens not wanted, a small bottle of vinegar for rubbing on the hands as a preventative of stings, a 2-ounce tobacco tin with hinged lid, containing a square of calico moistened with carbolic acid, a leather knife which is handy for paring away hard lumps of brace comb or propolis, and for killing waxworms hiding in crevices, etc., and several strong wing feathers for sweeping bees off combs. The bee veil, by the way, should have a hole in it to allow the stem of a pipe, that is, if the bee man is a smoker, to pass through, and the pipe should always be outside the veil. There is danger of setting the veil on fire if the pipe be inside. Further, the cuffs of the bee coat may be gathered in at the wrists with an elastic band to prevent bees crawling up the sleeves. The square of calico on which a few drops of 50% carbolic acid solution have been sprinkled is a useful article in the beekeeper's kit. Spread over the top of super or brood frames, it serves to drive the bees down from a region where they are not wanted for the moment, and it has many other uses. It may indeed be employed almost entirely as a substitute for the smoker in the subjugation of bees. Care must be taken, however, to see that the cloth is thoroughly wrung out after steeping in the solution. Any drops of the liquid falling upon the honeycombs would infallibly ruin their contents. The solution should be made of Calvert's No. 5 carbolic acid and a little glycerin mixed with it before adding the water. The whole should be well shaken before use. A handy toolbox and seat combined. Every beekeeper should have a toolbox which can be easily carried about from place to place in the apiary, and the box should be so constructed that it may serve as a temporary seat for the apiarist during any lengthy operation. Room in this box may be found for the smoker and its fuel, a painter's scraping tool for cleaning hives, a good broad screwdriver or similar tool for levering up supers, a few strong goose feathers for sweeping bees off combs, and various other articles which a little experience will soon indicate. The scraper is necessary for removing propolis and odd bits of comb from frames and hive interiors. The chisel, or some such tool, is used for separating honey racks when these are being removed from the hives and have been stuck down by bees. Queen interceptors. Every hive should have this appliance, also known as excluder zincs. In practical beekeeping for profit, some device is necessary for keeping the queen bee out of the honey supers, and so obviating the presence of brood where nothing but honey should exist if the full capacity of the super for honey storage is to be preserved. In normal seasons, a queen will not usually go up into the section racks if she has sufficient room for egg laying in the brood chamber below. The bee master who works exclusively for comb honey may, therefore, follow his individual taste and judgment as to whether excluders should here be used or not. In my own practice, I have gone through good seasons without having had a single section spoilt by the invasion of an egg-laying queen, while, on the other hand, I have known seasons when a fairly large number of otherwise saleable sections have been ruined in this way. Of late years, I have adopted the excluder for all hives, and now believe that this is, on the whole, the better policy. But there are excluders and excluders. No doubt any and every form of queen intercepting device at present on the market does, to a certain degree, interfere with the free passage of the worker bees, especially when their bodies are distended with nectar. Theoretically at least, an advantage is secured by banishing the excluder entirely from the apiary. But in two well-known forms of the appliance, the interference argument is practically negatived. Undoubtedly, the most perfect queen excluder now in vogue is the Wilkes's wire pattern. This consists of a square grid of steel wire, the wires being held at just that distance apart from each other which long experience has proved to be sufficient for the passage of a laden worker bee, while effectually preventing the percolation of queens and drones. To the wire excluder, however, in my opinion, two serious objections must be made. Though it is neatly and strongly put together, and will endure ordinary rough handling without damage, it is liable to buckle under accidental stress. And then it is very difficult, perhaps impossible, to restore its entire utility. To straighten a bent wire excluder so as to render it perfectly safe for use again may mean hours of tedious work. The second objection will appeal particularly to the busy practical man. These wire queen excluders are a great nuisance to clean. The flat sheet of perforated zinc may be scraped free of propolis and brace comb in a few minutes, but you cannot scrape a wire excluder. The only quick and certain way to clean this latter is to scald it, or to toast it before a fire. For these reasons, I do not advise the general adoption of wire interceptors in a large apiary, though they are quite handy for the garden beekeeper. In my judgment, the best form of excluder for the honey trade is Taylor's registered zinc pattern, where the perforations give 50% additional passageway for the bees compared with the old form of zinc excluder, and it can be scraped free of adhering matter at a very little cost of time and trouble. The Taylor excluder has the final advantage of being low in price. The illustration shows the relative merits of the two patterns. End of section 4. Section 5 of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Beekeeper's Outfit, Part 2. 2 Uncapping Knives. Perhaps the best form of knife for removing the sheet of cell cappings from a honeycomb before placing it in the extractor is that designed by the late W. Broughton Carr, and commonly spoken of as the WBC. It is like a very long, flat trowel, with sharp square shoulders near the handle and a tapering point. These knives must be furnished with a keen edge, and must stand in boiling water between alternate use. Deep vessel for heating knives. Any tin stout enough to stand the fire and deep enough to allow immersion of the entire blade will serve this purpose. Sections. The American whitewood section, imported in vast quantities annually, is at present indispensable for the British beekeeper. The best form of this is that known as the two-way section, without split top or grooves. Sections are also made with bee-ways cut out of their four sides, allowing passage for the workers in all directions. But the bees do not seem to fill them more readily, and the two-way section has the undoubted advantage, from a commercial point of view, of appearing to contain a larger block of honeycomb. Section dividers. These are pieces of tin or thin wood placed between each row of sections, and their object is to ensure flatness of surface to the comb. They must never be omitted when section racks are being fitted up, or even sections will not, in a large number of cases, be secured. Glass squares and lace paper. Some customers require all sections to be glazed and laced, but in any event it is a good business plan to prepare in this way one section in every dozen sent out. The glass, ready cut to size, can be obtained very cheaply from any bee appliance dealer. The neatest lace paper is that which has a double edge and covers the wood of the sections entirely. Comb frames. Two sizes of comb frames are used generally in modern beekeeping: the ordinary standard frame for brood nests and the shallow frame for honey chambers. The two differ only in depth. It is well to avoid the many complicated patterns of comb frames now on the market, and to use only the simple form, of which the four parts dovetail together, and whose top bar has a saw cut for insertion of the wax foundation. Spacers. These, known otherwise as metal ends, fit crosswise upon the ends of the frame bars, and serve to keep the combs the right distance apart. This is normally 1½ inches, but a metal end of 1 3/4 inches is sometimes used in honey racks. The beekeeper will use a large quantity of tinned wire during the season as a support for the foundation in the frames. It is important to have it of the best quality. The cheaper wire is badly tinned and is liable to rust either before or during use. Rusty wire will blacken the honey in extracting combs, and may poison the young larvae in the brood nest. The reels of wire should always be kept in a dry place. The Woiblet wire embedder, shown in figure 18, consists of a grooved brass wheel mounted in a handle, and is employed, when heated, to press the wire into the foundation. Every frame made up will need 8 or 9 brass brads, so that a good stock of them will be necessary. The ordinary 3/4 inch brass gimp pin is very suitable. Foundation. This is one of the most expensive items in modern apiculture, and the beekeeper is often tempted to be niggardly in its employment. There could, however, be no falser economy. If there is one rule in latter-day honeycraft admitting no exception, it is this: that the bees should never be allowed to build a natural comb in a frame hive. Many apiarists, particularly those of the old school, will be found to quarrel with this assertion, and no doubt, under certain favourable conditions, bees will build combs in frames exactly as the bee master requires them. But in working hives for profit, we must adopt systems that are reasonably sure of the desired results at all times. We want every comb made straight and true, and strong enough to bear handling when taken immediately from the warm hive and full of brood or honey. These conditions cannot be ensured unless the frames are first fitted with full-size sheets of pure wax foundation, properly wired. In the case of brood combs, the foundation fulfills another indispensable office. By using the kind impressed only with the shapes of the smaller worker cells, we can limit the construction of the more spacious drone comb, and so effectively prevent the undue multiplication of drones. A certain number of drones are, it is true, necessary in every apiary, and no device or ingenuity will entirely keep the bees from following their natural instinct in raising drone brood. But by using only worker foundation in brood nests, we put a very effective check on this propensity. Our stock of foundation will need to comprise two kinds. That for sections will be the lightest and thinnest made, while for brood and extracting frames, foundation weighing about 8 sheets to the pound will be necessary. The metal comb. Since its introduction in America some 10 or 11 years ago, beekeepers have watched with keen interest developments in the production of an artificial comb made of metal or similar thin material as a substitute for the natural comb made of wax. In modern intensive bee culture, the natural comb has many disadvantages. In working for run honey, naturally built comb is too frail to stand the pull of the centrifugal extracting machine, and it has to be reinforced by a troublesome system of wiring. The wiring is also highly desirable in all brood frames, because where full sheets of worker foundation are used, as they always should be in order to prevent excessive drone raising, the supporting wires are necessary to obviate the risk of a breakdown in the foundation, as well as to secure straight, flat combs. Moreover, comb building is an expensive matter to the bees, both in time and labour, not to mention the large amount of honey consumed by the builders during the process. It has long been evident to advanced beekeepers, therefore, that if an artificial comb could be produced at a reasonable cost, which the bees would accept and use as a substitute for the natural waxen article, an enormous saving would be effected in the work and time of the hive population just when these were most precious, during the busy honey season. Such combs, made of thin sheet aluminium, are now at last obtainable commercially at no very great cost, as the result of years of laborious experiment both in this country and the United States. Hitherto, owing to its high price and the difficulty of procuring it in quantity, the metal comb has not come within practical range of the small professional beekeeper. The time seems to have arrived, however, when we must take it into practical consideration. It is not too much to say that the metal comb bids fair to revolutionise beecraft in the near future, and all honey producers have now to face that fact. It is not possible in a work of this character to give any complete account of what has been done so far in metal comb making, but the accompanying sketch will give some idea of the British form of the article called the semi-comb. It consists of a thin, flat sheet aluminium, upon both faces of which ribbons of the same material, milled into zigzag form, are so brought together side by side that they produce a honeycomb pattern all over the whole surface of the central sheet. The ribbons are milled as shown in sketch B, and their width is about half the depth of a normal comb cell. In practice, it is found that the bees readily accept these half-made combs and proceed to build them out to full width by adding wax in the usual way. Though these metal combs are assuredly destined to supersede the use of natural combs in all brood nests where the bees are under intensive culture, it is in the extracting supers that their value is at present chiefly obvious to the practical man. The saving of the bees' time and labour in their construction, their freedom from possibility of damage, and the certainty of always having flat combs, to say nothing of their indestructibility by vermin, give them an evident advantage that none but the smallest of honey producers can afford to ignore. To those who decide to give the metal comb a trial, one word of caution is, however, necessary. These combs, owing to the property of all metal to lose heat readily, must not be used in hives whose walls are not constructed on proper heat-retaining principles. The advent of the metal comb sounds the doom of the old, bad, single-wall hive. Honey bottles. Beekeepers are generally agreed now that run honey should be put up in £1 or £half glass jars, with bright metal screw caps. A considerable reduction in the price of these is made by dealers when lots of 3 gross and upwards are ordered at a time, and it is best, therefore, to obtain honey jars in quantity. There is a standard shape and quality which has been uniformly adopted by most apiarists. With regard to labels, a good plan for small beekeepers is to join the local County Beekeepers Association and to use the label issued by the Society. Many artistic and attractive labels, however, are printed and sold very cheaply by the trade, or, where the apiary is a fairly large one, it may be advisable to have a label specially designed. The solar wax extractor. No apiary should be without a solar extractor. This can easily be made at home. It consists of a stout box with double glazed lid made to slope much in the form of a cucumber frame. A curved sheet of tin rests on ledges just within the box, on which all odd scraps of comb and wax are placed from time to time. The tin has a slightly downward cant in front, and the heat of the sun causes the wax to melt and run down into a tray placed beneath the lip of the curved tin, all the pupae skins and other refuse being held back by a wire gauze straining piece. The great advantage of this contrivance is that it may be retained in constant use, or at least whenever the sun is shining, and in course of a season the whole amount of wax produced in a small apiary may be melted and refined by its means. Porter Bee Escape Boards. To producers of section honey, the Porter Bee Escape is well nigh indispensable, as it enables section crates to be removed from the hives free of bees, with less expenditure of time and trouble, and with less disturbance to the stock than by any other method. The appliance is mounted in the centre of a square board, as shown in illustration. When it is required to take a rack off a hive, the rack is gently raised on one side, and the board pushed in a little more than halfway between the rack and the brood nest. Then the rack is brought entirely over the board, and, finally, rack and board together are slid over the hive and the latter closed up again. If this is done in the evening, the section crate can be removed on the following morning, when it will be found entirely empty of bees. The principle and construction of the Porter Escape will be understood by reference to the first diagram. It consists of an oval tin plate with a hole at one end. This plate comes uppermost in the board, and the bees pass from the section rack down through the hole in the plate into a chamber closed at one end but opening into the brood nest at the other. The return of the bees through this chamber is prevented by a pair of converging flat springs, so adjusted that a bee passing between them will easily force her way between the yielding points, but any attempt to pass in the opposite direction will only result in the points being brought together. Care must be taken to see that the interior mechanism of the escape is always kept free of propolis or other matter, as the smooth working of the springs, on which the efficacy of the device depends, is easily upset. The points of the springs should be such a distance apart that the bee's head can pass, but not her thorax. Extras. There are several other articles which the beekeeper would do well to procure at once and keep ready to hand in the honey house, instead of waiting until need for them arises, when they may not be easily obtainable. If it is intended to sell bees and swarms, a few travelling boxes must be provided. These should be capable of holding 8 or 9 frames, and must have ample ventilation, while as little light as possible should reach the bees. Naphthalene balls, split and placed in the corners of every hive, serve to keep out small vermin, and have a generally salutary effect. Plenty of these should be at hand. A set of driving irons for use in removing bees from skep hives, a good spirit level, a few stout goose feathers to act as bee brushes in clearing combs that are to be taken from the hives, queen cages, necessary in the autumn when old or worn-out queens are to be deposed, airtight tins for storing honey in bulk, all should find a place somewhere or other on the shelves of a well-furnished honey house. Taking it all together, the foregoing list may seem lengthy and, to the novice, somewhat terrifying, but it should be remembered that it has been drawn up for one who is making a completely new start in apiculture, and who as yet possesses nothing. It therefore includes many articles which, once bought, will remain permanent items in the beekeeper's outfit, needing renewal only after a long term of years. End of section 5. Section 6 of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The best bees to keep. Prior to the year 1907, when the fell Isle of Wight disease came amongst us, my answer to the question, what is the best variety of honeybee for the small professional man, would unhesitatingly have been the British Black. Through long years, the old native race of honeybee had withstood the competition of imported races, Ligurians, Carniolans, etc., and had, in my conviction, come out victorious on all the main issues. She had proved herself more capable of standing the ups and downs of our fickle climate. There was no evidence that her profligacy was second to any, nor that she had any superior in honey-making powers. If our bee breeders had been wide awake enough to concentrate on the improvement of the native strain, I believe that a supremely hardy, disease-resistant bee would have been evolved, and possibly the Isle of Wight disaster would never have befallen us. But the culture and propagation of the native race of honeybee was left severely alone by our home breeders. Next to nothing was done in the way of importation of new blood as between county and county, or selective breeding from stocks showing exceptional characteristics, with the result that everywhere the stamina of the English bee had declined, and she fell an easy prey to the great epidemic when it came along. If the British black bee is not practically extinct at the present time, at least I do not know of any district where it can still be obtained of pure-blooded quality. Seeing, therefore, the futility of any longer recommending the old native strain as the best bee for this country, I have to fall back on one or other of the imported races, and I have no hesitation in saying that the most suitable all-round variety for the small professional man, now available in quantity and at a reasonable price, is the Dutch. I do not say that the Italians, both pure and crossbred, are not splendid honeymakers, and fully equal to Dutch bees under normal favourable conditions. But on one score, the vital one, I think, from the smallholder's point of view, the Dutch bee undoubtedly stands first. This is her resistance to acarine, or Isle of Wight disease. In my own experience, it amounts to what seems absolute immunity. When, 10 or 12 years ago, my apiary was completely wiped out by the terrible scourge, I restocked with bees imported direct from Holland, mainly because I could be sure of getting healthy bees from nowhere else. Since that time I have seen nothing of Isle of Wight disease nor of foul brood among my own hives, although my neighbours have continued to suffer. If, therefore, the Dutch bee is truly disease resistant and other considerations are fairly equal, it is the only bee for us. It may be useful to the beginner to say a little about the nature and appearance of the Dutch bee. The late Mr. R. White, the Ayrshire bee master, who was one of the principal advocates of the introduction of bees into this country from Holland, expressed the opinion that Dutch bees are an entirely distinct variety in themselves. My own view has always been that they were identical with the old German brown bee, but modified by local environment and climatic conditions, and also at some time in the remote past by crossing with Italian blood. This, however, is a point which hardly concerns the practical man. The question is, what is the Dutch bee today? Well, whether originally she was or was not a pure indigenous strain, she is obviously a mongrel as to her present appearance. In size, comparing favourably with any other bee, my own Dutch bees at least show an extraordinary variation in both colour and markings. In the same stock and offspring of the same queen, you will find many of so dark and uniform a brown that one would be ready to wager they were pure-bred English blacks, while interspersed with these in the same busy throng you can pick out individuals showing a broad leather-coloured band on the top abdominal segment, and a greater number still having several of these bands and looking exactly like second Italian crosses. In temperament and habits, the Dutch bee is as mild as she is industrious. Subjugation by smoke is never really necessary during the honey flow. It is only at the beginning and end of the season, when nectar is scarce, that these, like all other honey bees, require a little smoke or carbolic fumes to bring them under control. Their only drawback is an undoubted propensity to swarm. This is due to two things: their natural prolificacy, a great point in their favour, and the fact that for untold generations back they have been kept only in skeps. In taking up Dutch bees, therefore, we have got to face this fact. Our stocks will swarm, in spite, probably, of all we may do to prevent it. We must be ready with a policy to suit the special circumstances, and the best plan is to act on the principle of making a virtue out of necessity, using this vigorous swarming habit of our Dutch stocks to our advantage instead of loss. I have accomplished this myself during the last few seasons by encouraging each stock to throw an early and very large swarm. This swarm I have hived on 10 fully drawn-out brood combs, and have always found that a swarm so treated has done as well, or even better in the matter of honey getting, as any of the old established colonies. After swarms, of course, are in every case returned to the parent hive. How to start beekeeping. If the beginner in honeycraft has carefully studied the foregoing pages, he should now be equipped with the rudiments of knowledge necessary to justify ownership in a stall or two of bees. There are two ways in which a start in practical beekeeping may be made. Either fully established stocks may be purchased, or a beginning may be made with swarms. The first plan has the undoubted advantage that the bees, if obtained in time and all goes well, come into profit right away. And if they are managed properly, and the season turn out a good one, you may by the autumn find yourself with about 50% profit on your outlay and the value of your stocks in hand at the same time. That is to say, if, in the spring, you have given £3 and 10 shillings for a 6-frame stock, and £3 for a hive, making £7 10 shillings in all, that stock ought to produce for you 60 or 70 pounds weight of honey, which, after deducting cost of bottles, sections, etc., should leave a balance of profit of at least £3. During the exceptional season of 1921, the profit on honey was much greater than this. Working almost exclusively for run honey, I did not sell a single bottle under 2 shillings and sixpence, and on the most liberal computation, the entire cost of production, not counting labour, could not be fixed higher than 6pence a pound. Of course, the high prices of 1921 were altogether exceptional, and are unlikely to recur in the future. But even under normal conditions, the soundness from the business point of view of starting beekeeping by buying well-established stocks in the spring is, I think, sufficiently obvious. The beginner, however, who has all his experience still to gain, would be well advised to consider the matter carefully before sinking his capital in the way described. The above figures relate to beekeeping in competent hands, and it must not be assumed that the novice would do as well, or nearly as well, for his first season at least. Moreover, there is always the risk of disease to take into account. An experienced beekeeper, in buying a stock, would probably be able to decide for himself with a fair amount of certainty whether the bees were healthy or not. But the novice is always at the mercy of the seller. Even where no disease is present, an unscrupulous dealer might sell as an established stock a few frames of bees and stores collected from different hives, and thrown together for the purpose. And this haphazard assemblage, though in competent hands it might turn out well, would possibly come to grief under maltreatment or neglect, due to want of knowledge. The only safe way to start beekeeping on the stock purchasing system is to buy under a guarantee that the colonies are healthy and honestly what they are represented to be. The alternative method, that of commencing with swarms, must be considered from every point of view as the best and safest for the beginner. In the first place, a good heavy swarm of bees is extremely unlikely to be tainted by disease. The very fact that the parent hive has thrown such a swarm may be taken as fair evidence for its healthy condition. Stocks affected by disease seldom yield to the swarming impulse. Then there is the additional advantage that the novice starts his bee garden with everything new and clean. If he can obtain a set of 14-inch by 8.5-inch standard frames with worker comb fully drawn out, and in good condition, whereon to hive his swarm, so much the better. Those frames should prove almost literally worth their weight in gold to him. But otherwise the swarm will be hived upon new frames fitted with full sheets of worker foundation securely wired in. The hive and all its fittings will be new, and the ground upon which it stands will probably be virgin soil as regards bee culture. The start in beekeeping will be made with all possible initial advantages, and the beekeeper will have nothing to do but gather his experience as time goes on. Moreover, a good swarm thus started in life will, in a sense, look after itself, making little or no demands for experienced cooperation on the part of its owner. An established colony, bought early in the season, will need a certain amount of intelligent treatment if the most is to be made of it. Unless it be controlled in the right way and at the right times, it is almost sure to break itself up by swarming into several comparatively weak detachments, and so much of the immediate profit legitimately to be expected of it may be lost. But with a swarm once properly started in housekeeping, the owner should have nothing to do but provide room for it to grow. It arrives on the scene with its swarming propensities checked, in all probability, for the season, and it comes obsessed by a single idea: to furnish its new home with all the expedition of which its combined energy and resources are capable. On the whole, therefore, the most useful advice which can be tendered to the beginner in beecraft is to resist the temptation to sink money in stocks and to start with swarms alone, putting up with the one objection which can reasonably be made to the plan, that swarms do not normally come into profit until the following season. It remains now to deal with the actual procedure of getting bees and settling them in the right way on the locations they are intended permanently to occupy. If stocks are bought, they should be obtained at as early a date in the spring as possible. This date will depend on the distance they will have to travel. If they have been bought in the original hives, and if the distance is not too great to allow them to be moved between sunset of one day and sunrise of the next, they may be packed up and transferred right away. This can also be done if the distance be not less than 1 mile. With anything less than that, however, there is always the chance of the flying bees returning to the old location, unless the transference has been made after a period of several weeks' confinement to the hive during frosty weather. But it is always best to run the risk, rather than lose the chance of obtaining a good lot of bees locally. If the stocks have to come a long distance by rail, it would be scarcely safe to let them undertake the journey until, at the earliest, well on in April, more especially when sent in an ordinary travelling box and so exposed to fluctuating temperature. In the case of swarms, of course, the bees will not be obtainable until well on into May. But whether the bees arrive in the form of stocks on frames in travelling boxes, or as swarms in travelling boxes or skeps, the preparations which should be undertaken in advance of the date of their arrival will be the same. The hives must be ready to receive them to the last detail. Stocks on frames should be set in a quiet place for an hour or two after the box arrives, so that the bees may have time to settle down. And a bottle of honey or syrup should be given to them over the wire gauze of their ventilation hole. When they have taken the food, they may be smoked and the frames transferred to the prepared hive. If the stock has come in a skep, the bees may be driven and then allowed to run in at the entrance, the skep being placed over the frames with an excluder zinc between, in the manner described in a later chapter. Swarms, whether in travelling boxes or skeps, should be dealt with only after sundown. The first thing is to have a good, well-made hive ready for them, and properly footed and levelled in the location it is permanently to occupy. The brood nest of the hive should be provided with at least 6 standard frames fitted with full-size sheets of worker foundation of medium gauge, the foundation being wired into the frames. Above the frames lay a square of stout unbleached calico with a 3-inch feed hole cut in its centre. This hole should be loosely covered with a piece of the same material, and over all place 3 or 4 thicknesses of stout woolen cloth, the stouter and thicker the better. Old pile carpet does excellently for this purpose. Now open the hive entrance to its fullest extent and enlarge the area of the alighting board by the addition of another board, say a couple of feet square, sloping gently to the ground. This board and the hive doorstep should together be covered with a piece of cloth. An old sheet will do very well, stretched and tacked securely over the two, so as to make one continuous platform ascending gradually to the hive entrance. And now all is ready for the hiving of the swarm. If this has been purchased from a dealer, it will have been sent in a swarm box with a lid of perforated zinc. On its arrival, give it a good feed of honey or syrup by inverting a bottle over the zinc as described elsewhere, and do not deal with it until it has had plenty of time to quieten down. If the swarm is a local one, it will probably be brought to you in a skep, and it is important that this should be done not later than the evening of the day on which the swarm issued. In either case, the bees must receive a puff or two from the smoker as a warning that something is going to happen to them, and then they must be shaken out onto the prepared platform in front of the hive, using no more force than is just necessary to dislodge them. They will at once begin to run up into the hive, and should be all inside within a quarter of an hour or so. With a swarm that has come a long journey, it is always advisable to administer a bottle of food over the feed hole before leaving the bees for the night. End of section 6. Section 7 of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The year's work among the hives. The turn of the days. The beekeeper's year begins properly with October, by which month all stocks will be packed down comfortably for the cold season, and their owner's mind will be free to consider plans for the year to follow and preparations needed. The making of new hives and appliances, rearrangement of the bee garden, ordering of necessary materials such as timber, bar frames, sections, honey bottles, etc., and the many little matters suggested by past experience, which can only be attended to now that active work among the hives is over for the time being. But for the honey bee herself, the year begins almost exactly according to the calendar. With the turn of the days, the passing of the shortest day, all young vigorous queens at the head of strong colonies will be rousing to their maternal duties. Early January will see the first small patch of eggs laid in the inmost comb right in the heart of the winter cluster, and from now onward, if all goes well, there will be a slow but steady increase in the area of new brood in every hive until, by the time April is upon us, all 10 combs in the brood nest should be packed with eggs, larvae and pupae from top to bottom. This fundamental fact in honey bee life must be realised by every beekeeper, because on its due recognition depends practically the whole success of the coming season. If this natural steady growth of a bee colony from the very earliest days of the year be maintained unchecked, the result will be an immense force of workers ripe and ready in time to deal with the honey flow directly it sets in. Such stocks will be calling for second and third supers before neglected, and therefore backward, colonies will have begun to think of surplus honey storage. But if circumstances have interfered with this natural progress of bee life, if the colony has been allowed to go into winter quarters weak in population, with insufficient stores, headed by an old or deficient mother bee, and housed in a cold, damp hive, the owner must not be surprised if it turns out a failure so far as profit is concerned. During the month of January, outdoor work among the bees ought to be practically nil. That is, if the stocks have been properly provisioned and packed down for the winter. A general look round, however, should be periodically taken. Roofs should be raised and the quilts inspected to make sure that these are all quite dry. Any quilt revealing a sign of dampness should be at once replaced by fresh material. Stocks which are being fed with candy need to be visited at regular intervals and the candy boxes nearing exhaustion removed, full boxes being put in their place. The exchange should be made very gently and quietly, without smoke. Any bees adhering to the remnant of candy in the old box may be tapped out on the alighting board of the hive. It will be noticed that about noon on every bright, mild day throughout the winter, all normal healthy stocks send out a cloud of hovering bees. This is called the cleansing flight, and is a very necessary manoeuvre in bee life. The extent and vigour of the flight should be noted, as it is a valuable indication of the condition of the stock. A hive showing no such ebullition when the rest are active is probably in a state of torpor through starvation and must be immediately opened up. A very little warm syrup poured in at the feed hole directly upon the cluster will often revive apparently lifeless bees. As soon as they are moving again, a box of candy should be supplied and the hive packed warmly down, the entrance being temporarily contracted so as to conserve heat. In addition to this cleansing flight, a stock in good fettle will always display other signs of activity during these spells of mild weather. At these times, the ordinary scavenging work of the hive, arrested during cold, will be vigorously resumed. A fine yellow drift, like sawdust, will be thrown out of the entrance, and dead bees will be tumbled out, to be snapped up by the birds. Many of the smaller birds, notably the tits, acquire the habit of loitering about a bee garden in winter, and it is well to devise some means of scaring them off, as they are prone to snap up the living as well as the dead. It must be remembered that the life of every single worker bee today represents many hundreds of lives for the future. Another evidence of good condition in a stock of bees at this time is the actual flight of foragers. Even only moderately warm days should see a steady outgoing and return of bees throughout most of the hours of daylight. These bees are nearly all water bearers, and their work shows that a prolific queen is at the head of affairs and that brood raising has commenced in the hive. Water is a prime necessity of bee life at all seasons of the year, but especially from this time onward, when it forms an important ingredient in the food of the young grubs. Most bee gardens have their traditional watering places, generally the oozy margin of some pond or stream. This does very well in summer when the temperature is uniformly high, but in winter and spring the beekeeper should always provide an artificial watering place for his bees right in the midst of the hives. Any contrivance, such as a jar inverted on a plate, or even a trayful of wet tea leaves will do, if periodically replenished. If there be any serious doubt of the condition of a hive thus early in the year, it is well to seize the first really mild, bright hour to make an inspection. It is not necessary to smoke the stock and open up in the usual way as for summer manipulation. All we want to make sure about at present is that a sufficient amount of stores to carry on with exists in the hive. To this end, a view into the brood chamber must be obtained. Only a brief glance is necessary, just enough to reveal the presence or absence of sealed honey in the upper parts of the brood combs. If it is observed that most of the combs are thus provisioned, the stock is unlikely to need any further care in this respect until the new season's natural supplies begin to come in. If only 2 or 3 of the combs still contain sealed honey in the upper corners, the stock will probably do all right for the present, but should be marked for another inspection a little later on. If, however, little or no sealed stores remain, and it is impossible to give the stock a frame of honey to carry on with, sugar feeding in the form of soft candy must be commenced and steadily maintained until well on into March. Though in some extra mild springs it is fairly safe to commence syrup feeding even so early as the middle of March, such a proceeding is never unattended by risk to the health of the bees. The novice had far better stick to candy until the bees cease to take it down, which is a pretty sure sign, if their good condition is otherwise evident, that they have no further need of it. In going the round of the hives for this inspection work, the best time to choose is when the day is at its warmest and brightest, and the bees are flying most freely. Do not use the smoking apparatus, but have with you the carbolic cloth mentioned in a former chapter. The cloth should be wrung out pretty dry and carried in a tin with airtight lid. The tin will go in the pocket and be always ready. On arriving at a hive, stand in its rear, and having removed the roof and upper quilts, start gently to peel back the covering next the brood frames, beginning at one corner. If this is done very carefully and quietly, a sufficient view into the hive for an accurate estimation of its state in regard to provender will usually have been obtained before the bees begin to rouse and come up. But if the bees are disturbed, all that is necessary is to draw the carbolic cloth over the aperture made, when they will at once retreat. In this way the whole of the upper interior of the brood nest may be examined a few inches at a time. Care must be taken to restore the warm coverings to the brood frames as speedily as possible. The object of employing the carbolic method of subjugation locally in this way is to avoid any general disturbance of the colony, which would be very likely to occasion robbing, boiling of queens, and other evils which dog the steps of the beginner in beecraft. Over-manipulation is the besetting sin of the beekeeping novice, but it is never more dangerous than in early spring and late autumn. Though nothing can really take the place of good, ripe honey as food for bees in winter, all substitutes necessarily being inferior and attended by a certain amount of risk, hives short of natural supplies must be fed, or they will be lost. No sort of liquid feeding should be attempted at this season. Sugar in the form of soft candy only must be given, and, with ill-provisioned stocks, a constant supply of this should be maintained until next season's natural provender of nectar is freely coming in again. In making candy for bee food, the first requisite is a good quality of pure cane sugar, either lump or crystals. Beet sugar must on no account be administered to bees. There is no reason why any pure nutrient sweet food should not be used for the hives, and there is nothing essentially wrong about the beet in this regard. But it seems that beet sugar cannot be produced without the aid of certain chemicals, which, however innocuous to human life, have proved themselves very harmful to bees. Only cane sugar, therefore, must be employed in either syrup or candy making. There is a knack in candy making, and, like all knacks, practical experience alone can teach it. When I made my first batch, I followed the late T.W. Cowan's recipe, and still believe it to be the best. Cowan combined his materials in the proportion of 6 pounds weight of refined crystallised cane sugar to 1 pint of water, adding half a teaspoonful of cream of tartar to these quantities. They are mixed in an enamelled iron pan, and the whole thoroughly stirred over gentle heat until the sugar is completely dissolved. Then the pan is brought over a brisk fire and allowed to come to the boil, the stirring process being constantly kept up. The mixture should be boiled for about a minute, when the pan is lifted from the fire and plunged up to the brim in a tub of the coldest water procurable. Stir incessantly and vigorously, taking care to keep the sides of the pan free from crust. When the composition begins to thicken and whiten, pour it straight into the boxes prepared for it. It should set quickly into snow-white candy of a soft, fondant-like consistency. If it is too hard, you have overboiled it. If too soft, the boiling process has not been carried far enough. Experience alone can tell you the exact moment when the pan should be removed from the fire. Beginners would do well to try only a small batch at first, as it is impossible to remedy mistakes once committed. Hard candy cannot be taken by the bees, and candy too soft will melt and run under the heat of the hive. A word of warning must be given as to the danger of burning the mixture by applying the brisk heat too suddenly or neglecting to keep up the stirring and scraping process all through, from the moment the materials are mixed to the time the candy is poured into the moulds. Burnt sugar is probably a chief cause of dysentery among the hives. Candy can be given to the bees in almost any form. Thin slabs of it can be pushed down between the brood combs against the cluster. It can be poured into saucers and these inverted over the frames. Or it can be merely turned out upon paper with upraised edges and used in the same way. The most useful and most workmanlike plan is to run it into glass-bottomed boxes. The boxes are placed upside down over the cluster and beneath the quilts, and the glass enables the bee master to see when the supply needs renewal. Such boxes, holding either 1 pound or 2 pound, can be obtained commercially, but they can be contrived far more cheaply out of old photographic negatives and thin laths 2½ inches wide. I cut the laths into pieces 6½ inches and 4½ inches long, and tack 4 pieces, 2 of each size, together in the form of a square frame, which is just the size necessary to accommodate a half-plate negative glass. The glasses are laid side by side on a flat table, and a frame accurately centred over each. There is no necessity to fix the glass to the frames as, when the candy is set, all are glued firmly together. Goods candy. As a quickly prepared substitute for ordinary candy, in case of a stock found to be very short of stores, the following is recommended. Pound some white lump sugar into a fine powder and knead it up into a stiff dough with liquid honey. The honey should be made to take up as much sugar as can be incorporated with it, as it is important that the mixture should be well on the dry side. The best way to administer the food to the stock is to place a piece of thin wood, perforated with 1/4 inch holes, directly over the cluster and spread a slab of the dough upon the wood, covering this with paper and putting warm quilts over all. Goods candy, named after its inventor, an American who flourished in the bee world 30 or 40 years ago, is useful in emergencies at all times. But its drawback is that it is liable to deliquesce under the heat of the hive. It should, therefore, never be regarded as other than a temporary resort. End of section 7. Section 8 of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Winter Management. The amount of stores needed to carry an average colony of bees safely through our English winter is not easily estimated with any degree of certainty. The older school of bee masters, those whose experience dates back 40 or 50 years, was, until recent times, very generally agreed that safe wintering could not be counted upon unless 20 pounds in weight of sealed stores were present in every hive at the time of packing down for the cold season. But latterly this figure has been abandoned by many whose opinions are not to be lightly treated, and 25 pounds or even 30 pounds weight has been named as the only safe minimum. No doubt an element of confusion enters into the problem by reason of the varying views among modern beekeepers as to how long our winter really extends. As a matter of fact, the off-season in beecraft, the time during which there is no natural food coming into the hives, is always well over 3 months, and very often much nearer 5. My own long experience teaches me that it is unwise to reckon upon less than 21 weeks wherein, unless artificially fed, the bees will have to subsist wholly upon the food stored in their brood nest. Probably an average strong colony consumes daily about 2 ounces of honey. Calculating on this basis, such a colony during the period named would require 18.5 pounds to carry it through. The estimation of 20 pounds, therefore, is too finely cut from the practical point of view, and, to allow a safe margin, 25 pounds, or in exceptionally prolonged cold, even more, should be provided. The beekeeper who seeks to increase his honey take by extracting from combs in the brood chamber, instead of confining himself solely to the supers, is less than penny wise and more than pound foolish. We ensure to each colony the continual possession of a young and prolific queen of good strain, and so keep the hives full of bees capable of exploiting to the utmost their opportunities for honey getting. We see to it that all hives are thoroughly warm and weatherproof, but we are not in the business as humanitarians, and have no time and money to spend in precautionary measures which prove necessary only once in a way. The practical policy is to pack all hives down in the autumn with what they have, and to trust to occasional inspections during the winter to give timely warning of shortages. Of course, where a colony is known to have gone perilously light into winter quarters, it will receive special attention, and it is a good plan to provide such colonies at once with a 2-pound cake of candy. If this is done on the first mild sunny December day, when the bees are flying freely, the chances are that the stock will do very well, at least for the present. But it is always a safe plan to take advantage of all flying weather to make a quick but careful survey of their condition. A pretty sure indication at these times is the position of the main cluster of bees on the central combs. If it is fairly low down, no anxiety need be felt, but if the bees are crowded up against the quilt, the probability is that they are very near to the end of their resources, and a supply of candy should be promptly given. It is important to keep all hives free from damp, both above and below. Leaky roofs must be made sound, and a good clearance way provided between the bottom of each hive and the soil it rests upon. Weeds should be cleared away from about hive stands. Nothing promotes damp so much as an accumulation of weeds under the hives. Plenty of warm, dry material should be maintained over brood nests. The first covering next to the frames is most conveniently a square of strong grey calico. Over this, have similar squares of old carpet, blanket, and the like. It is not necessary to provide upward ventilation for the brood nest. The quilts should prevent the passing of both air and heat. But a good plan is to provide passages for the bees over the tops of the brood frames by laying a few square sticks crosswise immediately under the first covering. These allow the bees to get from one comb to another without passing into the colder regions of the hive. A substitute for this device is to cut a few half-inch holes in the comb just underneath the top bar of all centre frames. These holes will be used as communication trenches by the bees during the winter and filled up in the spring. After snowstorms, a round of the hives should be undertaken to make sure that none of the entrances have been closed by drift. Many a good stock of bees has been suffocated by this cause. Where the porch is not sufficiently deep to guard against the risk, a piece of board may be leant against it in front. Sunshine after snow is also a danger to bee life, as the strong reflected light often tempts the bees out for a flight when the temperature is too low for safety. This contingency may be averted by use of the protecting board just mentioned. During the winter season, the hives should be visited about noon on all bright sunny days, and the strength of flight exhibited by each stock carefully noted. A healthy stock on a warm sunny noonday will always have a cloud of flying bees about it for a short period, and any hive which remains quiet at such times, or sends out only a few bees when other hives are active, should be attended to. The trouble is most commonly chill due to starvation. If, on opening the hive, the cluster of bees is found quiescent between the combs, with only a bee or two stirring here and there, it may usually be revived by pouring upon it a little syrup warmed to the temperature of the hand. A supply of candy should be given directly the bees have recovered. Dysentery, a common affection of bees in winter, is almost always due to bad beemanship. It is caused by unwholesome food, damp hives, and improper ventilation. Every year the disease, or something closely resembling it, crops up about the beginning of February, the cause being that the bees, having consumed most of their stores, are now beginning to tap what is inferior and has therefore hitherto been avoided. Honey which has been made from poor and watery nectar and has consequently never ripened and so remained unsealed, is a potent cause of dysenteric trouble among bees. The same may be said of nearly all honeydews. This latter is the sweet exudation of certain kinds of aphids, which bees will gather and store in default of true nectar. An early and cold autumn generally means that the hives resort to this honeydew, and the evil after effects are likely to reveal themselves in the prevalence of dysentery about this time. Another frequent cause of this affection among bees is the use of sugar food which has been burnt in process of manufacture, but probably the most common source of all is a damp, cold hive. Dampness in a brood chamber is very seldom occasioned by a leaky roof. I have seen hives covered over in such a way that the heaviest rain could not penetrate, and yet the brood nest below has been a mass of sodden corruption. Here, the moisture which is undermining the health of the bees is that which they themselves generate. If they had been housed in properly constructed hives with heat-retaining walls, the vapour given off by the winter cluster would have passed harmlessly away with the air circulation. But where the hive walls are thin, and therefore cold, this vapour is being continually condensed. The bees pass their indoor life in a waterlogged atmosphere, with the result that they are chilled and so forced to consume more food than is normal in order to keep up their temperature. Moreover, the stores themselves absorb this moisture to a certain degree and become too watery for safe winter food. If, upon this insanitary condition, there follows a prolonged period when the bees are unable to get out for their cleansing flight, during which excreta should be avoided, dysenteric symptoms are nearly sure to occur. The interior of the hive is befouled, perhaps to such a degree that the life of the stock is menaced or even extinguished. The remedy, of course, or rather the prevention, lies in the provision of properly constructed hives and stores consisting of good ripe sealed honey alone. If a stock shows signs of being badly affected by dysentery, it can generally be saved by transference to a sound dry hive, the removal of all combs containing unsealed food, and the supply of good food in the shape of a comb or two of honey, or, failing that, a cake of candy well made of pure cane sugar. But such an operation should only be attempted in warm, open weather. Luckily, however, in all slight cases of dysentery at least, the return of such weather usually clears up the trouble for the time being, by permitting the bees to emerge for a salutary cleansing flight. Do not forget to carry with you a hooked wire, or, better still, a strip of thick tin bent round at one end, wherewith to clear entrances clogged with dead bees or hive rubbish. In these early months of the year, most outdoor work on the holding is at a standstill, and one has an excellent opportunity to tackle the many little jobs in connection with the bee garden. If any of the hives have to be moved to a new station, for instance, now is the time to do it. A stock of bees should never be moved in warm, open weather, unless it is being taken right away, say for a mile or so. Even then, if the mild weather continue, a great many of the bees will find their way back to the old station in the first ensuing warm spell, and will be lost to the hive. A stock can, however, always be moved in safety, even when only for a short distance, provided that the bees have been continuously confined to their dwelling by frosty weather during a week or 10 days. The longer the better. The transference should be made very gently and quietly, special care being taken to avoid any accidental jar to the hive on the way. As an additional precaution, it is always well to strew a handful of twigs on the alighting board as soon as the hive has been got into its new permanent position. Any bees emerging will at once note something strange, and thus, being led to take a fresh survey of their surroundings, are not so likely to return to their old quarters. At this time, too, it is advisable to have a look at all stores of drawn-out combs and make certain that they are secure from vermin, cold and damp. When the stock of extracting frames is put away at the end of the honey season, the beekeeper is advised to store these in the original supers, making a stout brown paper parcel of 2 supers together. If this is properly done, and the parcel stacked away in a warm, dry room out of the reach of mice, they ought to go through the winter without harm. But the mouse danger is a very real one, and must be guarded against. The same can be said about stocks of foundation and honey in sections. Many pounds worth of damage is quickly caused by mice, and mouse traps should always be set in various likely places. An indoor job on the bee farm, which can be well undertaken at this time, is the collection and melting down of old or imperfect combs and odd scraps of wax accumulated during the work of the past season, and not dealt with in the solar extractor at the time. If the ordinary domestic copper is available, nothing is better for the purpose. The combs, etc., are tied up loosely in a piece of coarse cloth or sacking. This bundle is put into the copper with a grid of some kind underneath to keep it off the bottom, and 2 or 3 bricks upon it to weigh it down. Then the copper is filled with cold rainwater until the bundle is immersed 4 or 5 inches below the surface. The whole should be left to soak for an hour, when the fire may be lighted and the copper brought to the boil. The wax will rise to the surface of the water and can be taken out when cold in a hard cake. This again will have to be melted, carefully strained and run into moulds, forming wax bricks of preferably about 1 pound in weight. Rainwater only should be used, as the resulting fine wax is always of a better colour. Roofs of hives may be lifted and the quilts examined for any sign of damp. Damp quilts should be at once exchanged for dry ones, the cause of the damp being at the same time traced out and promptly removed. It may be caused by a leak in the roof, or by water blowing in through the junction of roof and lower casing. A common cause of wet quilts is a faulty replacement of the hive roof after manipulation. The best of us are liable to make this mistake of not returning the roof to its proper seating. It may be due to haste or carelessness, but more often it arises from a fear of jarring the bees by letting the roof slip suddenly into its proper position. I know of only one way of quickly, easily and accurately replacing a hive roof, and it would be well if all busy men made a point of adopting it. The method is best explained by help of the accompanying diagram. The black lines represent the hive roof with eaves, as the beeman views it from above. The dotted line is the top of the hive casing. The broken line shows the square formed by the roof sides. Both the dotted and broken line squares are invisible to the beeman when he is returning the roof to its place, and the problem is to fit the broken square over the dotted square with ease and certainty every time. The process is surprisingly simple. First, put the roof on the hive slightly crooked, as shown in the drawing. Then, passing the hands under 2 diagonally opposite corners, say those marked 1 and 2, take a grip of the roof at A and B, and, lifting it, bring it square with the hive body below, feeling for corners C and D with the tips of the fingers, and lowering the roof gently into place. With a little practice, this can be done with perfect ease and surety, and entirely without any risk of disturbing the stock. These occasional inspections of the bee garden should include a little weeding under and round the hives, where that appears necessary. Weeds seem to thrive in all weathers, and their existence about the hives means damp floorboards, rotting legs, and harbourage of vermin. Mice will sometimes gnaw their way into a hive and make a snug winter nest among the quilts. They must be sternly evicted. An apiary cat is a useful possession, both as a preventative of mice and to ward off the bird enemies of the bees. At this time of year, the only insect food available to birds is what they can pick up in the apiaries, and in some districts the nuisance becomes serious. Sparrows and tomtits are the principal offenders. If these are observed to be hanging about the hives, it is a good plan to cage in the alighting boards with small mesh galvanised wire. Every able-bodied worker bee lost in winter represents the loss of hundreds later on. End of section 8. Section 9 of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Management in spring. The time when sugar syrup may advantageously replace candy in the artificial feeding of bees largely depends on the weather. Syrup should never be given so long as wintry conditions prevail, and this, in our uncertain climate, may mean that March is out before candy can be safely discarded. But, as a rule, syrup feeding can be commenced about the middle of the month. In regard to whether thick or thin syrup should be given to bees, the common sense of the matter is that the syrup should be about as thick as good honey if given at a time when naturally honey alone is available to the bees for food. But the syrup should be of a thin nectar-like consistency if given at times when natural nectar is ordinarily obtainable. Thus, all March syrup feeding would be effected with fairly thick syrup, such as would be produced by dissolving 7 pounds of pure cane sugar in 3 pints of water and gently boiling for 3 or 4 minutes. Many different kinds of syrup feeders are sold by the bee appliance dealers, all more or less practicable. But for the businessman, not desiring to spend money unnecessarily, there is nothing better than an ordinary 1 pound jam jar, the edge of which has been ground flat on a doorstep. The jar is filled with the syrup and covered with a square of tin which has one of its corners turned down. The feeding stage, which remains permanently on the hive, is merely a 4-inch square of wood with a hole covered by perforated zinc in its centre, the hole being a little smaller than the mouth of the jar. The stage goes over an aperture in the quilt next to the brood frames, and when not in use is covered by the other wrappings. If syrup has to be administered to the stock, all that is necessary is to take one of the jars and invert it over the perforated zinc, sliding out the square of tin directly the jar has been got into position. The supply of syrup to the bees can be perfectly regulated by only partly withdrawing the tin, so as to restrict the area of the zinc grating to which the bees have access from below. This device will cost practically nothing, and will be found as efficient as anything that can be bought. Where, however, a very rapid feeding method is required, Some contrivance on the Canadian system may be adopted. This is best described as a tin tank full of syrup loosely enclosed in a glass-topped box placed over the frames. The bees come up through holes in the bottom of the box and imbibe the syrup direct, but they cannot drown themselves in it because the whole surface of the syrup is covered by a perforated wooden float, upon which the bees rest when feeding. Here is another efficient rapid feeder. It occupies the space of an ordinary brood frame and is inserted between two of the frames of the brood nest. It is a sort of Venetian blind affair, consisting of a number of shallow tin troughs, one above the other, into which syrup has been poured. The drawback to this system is that the brood nest must be opened every time the feeder needs recharging, but it has the special advantage that the food is administered in exactly the place where the bees would look for it, in the centre of the hive. Beekeepers in good fruit-producing districts who need strong colonies early in the spring to exploit the fruit blossom harvest ought really to begin their preparations in the previous autumn, by ensuring that each hive goes into winter quarters with a young and prolific queen, a heavy population of worker bees, and abundant stores. Stocks thus prepared in advance should now be making good headway towards the necessary strength. But whatever the present condition of the hives, if fruit blossom is largely depended on for the year's honey take, no time must now be lost in getting them as forward as possible. Where stocks are already in possession of sufficient sealed stores, the bees can be induced to breed more freely by opening up the brood chambers every few days and uncapping some of the honey with a knife. This, of course, should only be done in warm, open weather, or the brood may be chilled, and the progress of the colony retarded instead of advanced. Very forward and prolific stocks may, in the hands of an experienced bee master, be still farther assisted by the process which is known as brood spreading. This consists of inserting an empty comb right in the middle of the brood nest, and when the queen has filled this comb with eggs, following it with another similar comb. Properly done at the right time, brood spreading is an undoubted help towards creating a big worker population early in the year. But it should never be attempted by the novice, nor indeed by anyone until March is out, except, of course, in phenomenally mild and forward seasons. For the rest, assuming that only a moderate amount of the winter stores remains unconsumed in the hives, resort must be made to artificial stimulative feeding. This does not mean giving the bees as much syrup as they will take down, but it means supplying them with a continuous, regular small amount, the object being to delude them into the belief that natural supplies have begun to come in good earnest. The whole success of the manoeuvre, however, depends on the constant regular maintenance of this artificial supply. The honey or syrup is best given by means of the overhead feeding stage and inverted bottle described above, the area of the perforated zinc to which the bees have access being restricted to a few holes by some convenient sliding device. It must always be borne in mind that when once spring stimulation has been commenced, any intermission of the supply is very likely to upset the whole scheme. The confidence of the bees may be overthrown, and brood raising may be checked disastrously. A colony which has developed a large amount of brood under stimulative treatment and then finds itself suddenly bereft of the supply will often not only stop its queen's egg-laying activities, but may even set to work to destroy many of the larvae in the cells. Thus, all the beekeeper's time and trouble will have been wasted. The robbing trouble. When bees take to robbing their neighbours' houses, it is nearly always the fault of the beekeeper himself. The prime cause of the trouble is harbouring weak stocks. The bee-master who takes care to have only strong colonies in his apiary need never fear this vexatious evil. But even where stocks are all strong in population, robbing may be induced by the carelessness of the beekeeper in leaving scraps of wax and propolis or drops of honey or syrup about on the ground near the hives after manipulation. This bad habit, to which the novice in beecraft is specially liable, will often start a fit of robbing among the hives, only to be overcome after days of work and anxiety and great loss in bee life. The danger is particularly likely to arise in spring and autumn, when nectar is scarce and the bees have little to do. During the honey flow, the trouble is rare. A watch should be kept at this season on all hives, and if signs of robbing become evident, prompt measures must be taken to stop it. The mischief reveals itself by an unusual commotion and excitement round one of the hives, almost always one of the weak stocks. There is an angry buzzing in the air, a rapid confused coming and going to and from the hive, and innumerable single combats taking place on the alighting board between the defendants and assailants of the citadel. If this state of things is not promptly dealt with, the beleaguered garrison will soon be overpowered and destroyed, and nightfall will find the hive with nothing in it but empty combs and dead bees. The first thing to do is to stop the fray and drive off the besiegers. Get a watering can with a fine rose and create an artificial rain shower all round and over the hive attacked. This will momentarily suspend hostilities, the invaders beating a precipitate retreat and the defenders retiring within their stronghold. Now at once close the hive entrance to about 1/4 of an inch, so that only one bee at a time can get in or out. A piece of glass, long and broad enough for the purpose, should then be leant against the front of the hive, its lower edge being about 1 inch away from the entrance. The home bees will find their way in and out by going round the sides of the glass, but strangers will fly straight at the glass and be prevented from entering. Finally, get a cloth, sprinkle it with a solution of 1:2 carbolic acid, and hang it down over the whole face of the hive so that it just reaches to the top of the glass screen. As an additional deterrent, a similar cloth may be laid on the front part of the alighting board. When the marauding bees return, as they are sure to do sooner or later, the mimic rainstorm may be reenacted, and then a few drops of carbolic acid added to the contents of the watering pot will serve still further to discourage them. If, however, in spite of all these measures, the assault still continues, the hive entrance should be closed altogether by a strip of perforated zinc and allowed to remain so until sunset, when flying will have ceased for the night. But it must be remembered that the total confinement of bees to their hives in daytime is always attended by risk, and it should not be permitted for more than an hour or two, except at critical junctures such as the one detailed above. Dealing with weak colonies. Every really warm sunny morning in March should be utilised in ascertaining the exact condition of those stocks which are known or suspected to be weak in population. A healthy though small colony of bees which has survived thus far is always worth the trouble and expense which will be incurred in building it up to good strength, and no time should now be lost in commencing operations. The hive should be opened and the quilts gently turned back, a little smoke being puffed in between the tops of the frames while doing so. The quantity of remaining food stores, number of frames with brood upon them, and the extent of the adult bee population should be noted. If the brood nest has thick hollow heat-retaining walls, as with the hive described in a former chapter, the combs not covered by bees may be left in place. But with hives of ordinary commercial pattern, a weak colony should be deprived of these, and the dummy boards brought up close to each side of the combs actually in use. The space between the dummy boards and the hive sides should be filled in with some warm material, such as dry woolen rags or a number of small muslin bags filled with chaff. Over the tops of the frames, a quilt of stout unbleached calico with feed hole is now laid. The wooden feeding stage, with its central hole covered by perforated zinc, stands directly upon the calico, and when the syrup bottle has been got into place, the whole must be packed round with abundance of dry woolen wrappings. The main necessities in dealing with a weak stock in spring are, first, to keep up its temperature, and secondly, to maintain a generous supply of food, good mature honey if possible, but failing that, well-made cane sugar syrup. As the colony strengthens, the combs which have been removed should be returned to the hive one by one until a normal 10-frame brood nest has been established. It is advisable to reduce the entrance of the hive to about 2 inches, as this tends to conserve heat and also reduces the chance of the weak stock being robbed out by its more populous neighbours, a contingency ever present at the time of year. In the case of very weak lots, the best policy is either to unite two together or to join the weak colony to one of the normally strong hives. The readiest way of doing this is to place the combs of the two hives, with bees clustering upon them, alternately in the one brood chamber, the most valuable of the two queens being retained at the head of the joint colony. If the combs and bees are sprayed with warm scented syrup during removal, or even given a liberal dusting from a flour dredger, they may generally be counted upon to unite peaceably. Where the two colonies to be joined up stand side by side, the process is fairly simple, one hive being placed midway between the two old locations, and the other hive entirely done away with. When the colonies stand at some distance apart, however, one of them should be brought over to the other by easy stages, a few feet every day, so that the bees may be gradually educated to their new environment. The annual spring cleaning. To advise the beekeeper to transfer each of his stocks to a fresh, clean hive with every spring may seem at first glance to be setting him an impossible task, at least for a man of only moderate means. The operation, however, is in no sense an expensive one. It does not mean the possession of enough spare hives to refurnish the whole bee garden. In reality, only one extra hive is necessary. This, having been thoroughly cleaned and repainted, is used to house the first colony in the row. The hive thus released is now taken in hand, and having been well scraped and scrubbed with plenty of soap and water, and given a couple of coats of good outdoor paint, is ready to receive colony number 2. In this way, by utilising odd moments of spare time and every warm break in the weather, the entire apiary is gradually provided with clean hives fit for healthy bees to dwell in. The best time of day in which to effect the transference of the colonies is about noon, when most bees are flying. The hive under treatment should be smoked at the entrance, and then lifted gently forward about a yard. The empty clean hive is now settled in the old location, and the combs, with adhering bees, placed inside it, care being taken to preserve their original order in the new brood nest. Before inserting each comb frame, it should be well scraped and odd pieces of deformed comb, old queen cells, etc., cut out. Keep a sharp eye open for wax moth larvae and other small vermin, and promptly destroy them. Some of the sealed honey in the top corners of the frames may also with advantage be uncapped at the same time for the purposes of stimulation. Finally, a new unbleached calico quilt should be placed over the tops of the frames, and plenty of warm woolen coverings above it. The old hive can now be taken right away, but if any bees remain in it, they must first be shaken or brushed out upon the new alighting board. All debris, such as scraps of comb, propolis, etc., should be put in a box or tray and carried away immediately, so that robbing may not be induced. The cleaning of the hives liberated by this plan should never be undertaken in the open. In every apiary, however small, there should always be a shed or room available, with good light and bee-proof windows and door, such as the honey house already recommended, where such work can be effected. 3 tools essential for a proper spring cleaning of the hives is shown in Figure 25, these being a triangular scraper, a flexible scraper, and a cold chisel for heavy work, with one end bent but both ends sharpened. In the matter of painting hives, my own practice has always been to have a distinctive colour for each stock. Thus, the spare hive with which the process is commenced would be painted the same colour as the hive which it is intended to supplant, and this principle is maintained through the whole hive-changing operation. It is true large beekeepers usually paint all their hives of one uniform white, and there seems to be no practical objection to the plan, excepting its ugliness, while there are several real advantages. White paint does not blister, and the hives remain cooler. But my own preference, which may be a prejudice or even superstition, is towards a different family colour for every hive. It is indisputable that the honey bee has decided likes and dislikes on the question of colour, and there can be no harm, and may possibly be some good, in humouring her in respect of the colour of her dwelling. End of section 9. Section 10 of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preparing for the honey harvest. In preparing for the honey harvest, it must be decided in the outset whether we will employ the two sizes of frame, the standard for brood chambers and the shallow for extracting crates, or whether we will use only the large standard frame for all purposes. There is much to be said in favour of both methods. No doubt, in honey production, racks of shallow frames are easier to handle. The bees fill them more quickly, and we do not create so large an empty space in a hive when we put on a shallow crate, as happens when a crate of the large standard frames is given. This means that the hive temperature is not lowered so much in the first case, as when the big rack of 10 standards is put on to draw away heat from the brood nest. Moreover, towards the end of the season, it is easier to get shallow frames finished and sealed, and so there is less raw honey to be discarded. On the other hand, by the use of one size of frame only throughout the apiary for both brood and honey, we effect a simplification in procedure. The larger racks mean less frequent interference with the hives. There is less wood in the total cubic area of the surplus racks, and so more room for honey storage. The rate of storage itself is, I think, slightly more rapid with the larger frames. Finally, there is this decided advantage. We have always a supply of fully worked out frames in readiness, on which to hive swarms and driven bees, and for filling up brood chambers when we are dividing colonies. Shallow frames are suitable only for honey storing. The beekeeper must weigh the evidence on either side and decide the matter for himself. My own preference is for the standard frame only. It is rather cumbersome to handle, and sometimes difficult to uncap cleanly when extracting. But the 2 points, a slightly larger honey yield, and the fact that all honey frames are, at a pinch, equally available for brood raising, just turn the balances, in my opinion, in its favour. I admit, however, that I am in the minority here. Perfect combs, built straight and true within their frames, are an absolute necessity in modern scientific beekeeping. These are to be secured, first, by strict verticality in the hive itself, second, by the frames hanging in the brood chamber true and parallel with each other and with the sides of the hive, and third, by joining the frames up correctly and furnishing them in the proper way. A fourth essential in obtaining straight combs is to supply these new frames to the bees only just before they are needed for the expansion of the colony. The different parts of the frames are sold by the dealers in bundles, needing only to be assembled. The parts usually dovetail together, but the dovetail joints must never be relied on to keep the frame intact. Each joint should be finished with a wire brad driven firmly home, or the frames may come asunder at critical moments when being handled, and bees may be killed as well as the comb destroyed. The most common form of frame is that with a longitudinal saw cut in the top bar, to grip the edge of the foundation sheet. I have always used this slotted bar in my own practice, and have little fault to find with it when made of sufficiently stout material. One often hears the complaint, however, that the groove which is left on the top of each bar is a frequent hiding place for the larvae of wax moth. This difficulty can be got over by using bars without the saw cut and affixing the foundation to the undersides of the bars by a runlet of melted wax. The work of getting comb frames ready for the hives is rather tedious than difficult, but by preparing a good many at a time, the various details can be systematized and the labour lightened by being rendered automatic. Each frame consists of 4 pieces: the long top bar, the 2 sides, and the bottom strip. The materials and tools needed are the 3 kinds of frame parts in 3 separate heaps conveniently to the hand, sheets of pure beeswax foundation measuring 13 inches by 7 1/4 inch and weighing about 8 sheets to the pound, 3/4 inch brass gimp pins, a reel of tinned wire, a small pair of round nose pliers, and an ordinary light hammer. The side pieces are first taken, and through the flat of each of them 2 pins are driven exactly in the centre and 1½ inches from each end. Then one of the top bars is laid flat on the table, with the longest part of the saw cut uppermost. 2 side pieces are pressed into place on the bar, the points of the pins being inside. A bottom strip is now laid across the side pieces and hammered home, first taking care that the dovetails coincide. Wire nails are now driven through the 4 dovetailed corners to make all fast, and the frame trued up with the hammer square in every direction. Finally, the 4 pins which point inwards through the side bars are bent into hooks by means of the pliers, the hooks of each side pointing away from one another. We are now ready to begin wiring. There are many different systems of wiring a comb frame, but no doubt the best for our purpose is that shown in the sketch of Figure 26. The frame is held with the bar uppermost. The wire is attached to one of the upper hooks, carried across to the opposite hook, then downwards to the lower hook on the same side, and across the frame again. The final operation is to pass the wire over the upper strand and pull it firmly downwards, fastening it off securely at the lower hook opposite. The process is really quite simple, but will be rendered clearer still by a study of the illustration. A good plan is to cut the wire into lengths before commencing work, and each length should be stretched before use. In wiring comb frames, much depends on getting the wire quite taut. After it is fastened off, it should give out a high clear note like a harp string when struck by the finger. With a little practice, the beekeeper will come to use the intensity of this note as an indication of whether the frame has been correctly wired or not. Any slackness in the wire is fatal to straight comb building hereafter. The last step that should be taken in preparing comb frames for summer use is to insert the sheet of foundation in the saw cut of the top bar. It will be found that the sheet cannot be pushed into the saw cut until the latter has been sprung open by some means or other. Every beekeeper has his own device for effecting this. Without wasting space in enumerating the advantages and disadvantages of many methods, I will describe the one that, in my own experience, has proved both simple and practical. I have a piece of 1-inch flat board, 18 inches long and 12 inches wide, in the centre of which are 2 spikes, made of nails with their heads filed off, driven in 3/8 of an inch apart and 3/8 of an inch high. The spikes stand in line at right angles to the length of the board. The inverted comb frame is taken and stood upon the board crosswise, the spikes coming inside the saw cut. Now the frame is revolved upon the spikes until it stands parallel with the board, and the effect of this is to prise open the slot in the bar sufficiently to allow the edge of the foundation sheet to be dropped into it. When the frame is turned back into its original position, the saw cut closes and the foundation is securely gripped in place. The foundation, if properly centred, should now lie against the wires, approaching the frame. However, no nearer than 1/4 of an inch at each side and 1/2 an inch at the bottom. These intervals are necessary to allow for future expansion in the sheet. The comb frames thus prepared should be stored on shelves in the cupboards of the honey house, the frames being ranged vertically side by side and close together. By leaving the metal ends to be fixed in place only when the frames are required for use in the apiary, we economise cupboard space, as the frames thus occupy a smaller area. The work of embedding the wires in the foundation should also be left until the frames are actually needed for use. Foundation expands under heat, and it is important that the embedding should be done at a time when the waxen sheet is as nearly as possible at the same temperature as the hive in which it is to be placed. If the embedding were to be done earlier, the consequence would be that the foundation, instead of expanding in one homogeneous piece, would fall into a series of curved zones caused by the wires impeding the swelling process, and this would result in irregular combs. I have given 8 sheets to the pound as the proper weight to be used in all wired comb frames, because this has proved sufficient for the purpose, and I regard the use of thicker foundation, therefore, as merely waste of money. The heavier makes are needed only with unwired frames, but these I strongly advise all beekeepers to avoid. Sections. In making up sections, unlike the best practice with frames, the whole work can be done at a single operation, and the racks can be fitted up at once and stored away, ready to be placed on the hives. For the amateur with an itch for novelties, apart from their value as improvements, the bee appliance dealers offer many varieties of sections. For the practical honey producer, however, there is only one kind. The two-way section, that having a bee-way cut out of the top and bottom edges only, and without internal grooves or split tops, is the best for many reasons. The split top is unnecessary because the foundation can be fixed perfectly well without it, and it is undesirable because with it the foundation seldom hangs plumb. The internal grooves are also to be avoided because, if the square of foundation is large enough to fit into them, it is too large and will assuredly buckle under the heat of the hive. The same precaution as to allowing room for expansion must be observed in making up sections as for frames. There is no positive objection to 4 beeways in a section instead of 2, so far as sound beemanship is concerned, but the 4-way has no proved advantages, while on a shop counter it undoubtedly looks smaller than the 2-way. A final recommendation of the 2-way plain top section is that it is somewhat cheaper than any other. In preparing sections, it is well to proceed in the same wholesale, methodical way as when fitting up frames. The entire batch should first be folded, the dovetailed corners brought together, and the whole trued up square. Then the work of fastening in the foundation should be carried through in one operation for all. Finally, the complete set of racks should be filled together and put away out of the reach of damp, dust, light, or vermin. As received from the merchant, the sections are packed in 50 or 100 lots, each section consisting of a long flat strip with dovetailed ends, and 3 transverse V-shaped cuts denoting where it is to be folded at the corners. At the back of each strip, where the V-cut comes, the wood is very thin. If the sections have been in stock some time and the wood become dry, they are liable to break at this point when being folded. It is always safer, therefore, to run through the entire batch before commencing to fold, giving each a wipe on the back with a damp sponge. A very few minutes will account for a large number of sections in this way, and, in the long run, the trouble is more than paid for. Broken sections are good for nothing but to be thrown away. No block should be necessary in folding sections if the beekeeper is possessed of an ordinarily straight eye, but in fixing the foundation exactly in the centre of each section, a proper gauge block is, of course, indispensable. This gauge consists of a piece of hard, smooth wood measuring 3 7/8 of an inch square, and a shade less than an inch in thickness, nailed onto another piece an inch or so larger in all directions. If the section is fitted over this gauge, and the 3 3/4 inch square foundation laid inside it, with one edge close against the upper part of the section, the foundation should come exactly in the middle. Nothing remains now but to fix the foundation in place. For this purpose, a vessel containing melted wax must be at hand, the wax being kept in a fluid condition over a small spirit lamp. The gauge, with section and square of foundation accurately fitted upon it, is held in the left hand, with its upper part slightly lowered and aslant. Into the angular channel, formed by the top edge of the foundation and the underside of the section top, is now dropped a little of the melted wax, and the gauge is tilted rapidly from side to side that the wax may run to and fro in the channel until it becomes solid. The section is then removed, reversed on the gauge, and the same process repeated. Finally, it is stood upright on a perfectly level table to allow the wax to set hard. If the thing has been properly done as described, it will be found that the foundation hangs dead true and quite fast in the centre of the section, with no tendency to get out of the perpendicular, as is always the case when the split-top device of fixing the wax sheet is employed. The best instrument for dropping the fluid wax into place is an ordinary household teaspoon with the end of its bowl nipped up into a fairly sharp point. Section foundation should be as thin as possible, no more than 23 to 30 full sheets to the pound, and with all foundation it is important to fix it the right way up. Foundation should hang so that 2 of the 6 straight lines indicating the sides of each cell are vertical. A horizontal cell side is unusual in a naturally built comb. An ordinary section rack for placing on the hives will hold 21 of these prepared cases in 7 rows of 3. Between each row is inserted a flat piece of slotted tin or thin wood, which is called a divider, the whole being wedged up together by a dummy board and spring. The dividers are employed not only to secure a flat surface on each side of the comb, but also to prevent the encroachment of the comb of one section upon the space of the next, thus securing an invariable definite weight. The bees draw out each side of the comb until it is precisely 1/4 inch from the divider, a flat comb surface being in this way secured throughout the whole section. Stock division. Beekeepers who have only a small number of hives and who wish, during the coming season, rather to increase their holding in bees than to obtain a maximum yield of honey, would do well to adopt the following plan of stock division, which is based on the system of Mr. Alexander, one of America's biggest and most successful beemen. The main object of the plan is to augment the number of colonies in the apiary without relying on the wasteful and uncertain method of natural swarming, such increase being obtained without in any way checking the queen's egg-laying activities nor interfering with the work of the bees. The time for the operation is that verging on the natural swarming period for the district, which, for southern England, would be normally from the second week in May onward. A good average strong stock is selected for division, and the best hour to deal with it is towards midday in summertime, when many bees are flying. A spare hive must previously have been furnished with a set of empty brood combs, or, failing these, with frames of foundation. The old hive is lifted from its stand and brought forward about a yard, the new hive being stood in its place. One comb frame is removed from the centre of this new hive. Now open the old hive and take out one of the best of its frames of brood and put it in the vacant place in the new hive, making sure that the queen is upon it. Over the frames put a sheet of excluder zinc. The empty frame, which you have just taken from the new hive, should now be put in the vacant place in the old one, and the old hive stood on top of the excluder zinc, packing all round snugly in such a way that there is no means of egress or ingress to the old hive, except through the new hive below. Great care must be taken to remove any sign of a queen cell from the frame of brood dealt with as above described. It is essential to the success of the plan that no queen-raising operations should be permitted. You now have the stock in 2 brood nests, divided by a queen interceptor, the queen herself being below. Leave the stock thus for 5 days, and then open the upper box, going over the combs carefully and destroying any queen rearing preparations that may have been set in course. After another 5 or 6 days, take the upper box, which is the old hive, entirely away, establishing it as a new colony on a station in another part of the apiary. This new colony will be populated mainly by young bees, and will, of course, be queenless. It should be left thus for about 24 hours, when a good fertile queen should be introduced. The net result of this plan, if properly carried out, is that you have turned your one stock into 2 at the single expense entailed in the purchase of a queen, and even this can be avoided if, instead of giving the new stock a fully fertile mother bee, you introduce a ripe queen cell or virgin queen from one of your other hives. This, however, involves loss of time while the queen is making ready for her life's business. Economically, the better course is to order a fertile queen of good strain from some reputable queen breeder. End of section 10. Section 11 of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Life of a Brood Comb. The question as to how long a comb should be retained for breeding purposes in a modern bar-frame hive is one that concerns all beekeepers very closely. A bar frame fitted with a full sheet of heavy foundation and properly wired is a thing which costs money. Still, to retain a frame in a brood nest beyond its allotted span of effective life is the falsest of false economies. It must be remembered that every time a bee is raised in a cell, the cell becomes smaller, because the pupa skin left by the young bee remains permanently attached to the walls of the cell, thus reducing its area. Probably, on an average, 3 bees are raised in each brood cell every year, and each leaves this thin lining membrane behind. In practical beekeeping for profit, the rule is that no brood comb should be kept in use beyond its 5th year. It should then be replaced by a new frame of wired foundation, the old comb being consigned to the wax scrap box and the wooden frame burnt. This process, however, cannot be carried out wholesale. The whole 10 frames in a brood nest cannot be renewed at one and the same time, though when a swarm has been hived on 10 new frames, this would be the correct procedure theoretically. The best practical way is to renew 2 combs every spring, thus ensuring the renewal of the whole in the allotted 5 years. With swarms, the renewal need not begin until the end of the 4th year, but thereafter the comb exchange must be carried out as quickly as possible. It is cheaper in the long run. My own practice is to date all new frames before putting them in a hive, so that I can always tell the age of a comb at a glance. As I frequently exchange the brood combs among the hives, taking frames of brood or stores from those colonies which can spare them and giving them to their less forward neighbours, this dating practice is really indispensable. I also frequently hive swarms on already used but still serviceable combs, but as these combs are dated, no confusion is caused. When swarms are hived on frames taken from the extracting comb store, such frames are never used again exclusively for honey. They then begin their 5 years of life as brood combs proper, and receive their date accordingly. The effective life of a brood comb must not be determined entirely by its age. Its condition and the proportion of its worker cells to its drone cells must also influence the bee master's judgment. A small area of drone cells at the bottom corners of a frame may be disregarded. The proper time to decide on what combs will need renewal in each spring is at the previous end-of-season examination. The condemned combs should then be given a distinctive mark and brought to the extreme front or back of the brood nest. They can then be removed with a minimum of disturbance to the colony. Swarming time. How to prevent swarming. The time to prevent swarming is not swarming time. If the beekeeper does not wish to increase the number of his stocks, he should get swarm preventative measures in train long before swarms may be expected. Little, of course, can be done in this direction with bees housed in straw skeps or plain boxes. Colonies domiciled in this way should be at once transferred to proper movable comb hives by placing the skep or other receptacle on the top of the new brood nest so that the bees have no other means of exit or ingress except through the entrance of the lower hive. In time, the frames of foundation in the lower chamber will be drawn out by the bees. The queen will remove her egg-laying activities thither, and eventually the skep may be entirely done away with. This operation, if performed at once, may, and probably will, result in no swarm being thrown by the stock during the present season. But nothing is sure in beecraft so long as bees are housed in the old blind hives. The chief points in swarm prevention for the busy man may be summed up as follows. First, have only young, prolific queens at the head of each colony and give them ample room for egg-laying throughout the whole of the spring and summer. Stocks containing queens past their second year are much more liable to swarm than those whose mother bees are still in their prime. But even with young, fully fertile queens installed in all hives, swarming is always a very present possibility, and if swarms are not wanted, no time should now be lost in instituting measures against them. The brood frames should be overlooked from time to time, and such as are not thoroughly fit for the queen's laying work should give place to others, the old frames being brought to the outside. A watch should be kept for signs of queen raising, and any queen cells that may have been started must be promptly cut out. Early supering also makes for the prevention of swarming by giving the bees plenty of room for nectar storage well in advance of their requirements. With a properly constructed heat-retaining hive, no hesitation need be felt in giving a strong healthy stock a crate of sections or shallow frames, or even a super containing 10 frames of full standard size, although the bees may not take possession of this for weeks after it has been got into place. The empty space above will not, in itself, be detrimental to the progress of the stock, but will rather act as a stimulus, provided that the super, lift and hive roof are well made of sound timber and the super itself is properly packed with thick, warm material above and on every side. It is all a matter of heat retention and nullification of draught. Supers which cannot be kept warm are always harmful to bees, and indeed are often refused by them even when additional honey space is urgently needed. Thorough ventilation of the brood chamber is likewise an invaluable aid in swarm prevention. With double-walled hives and frames running from side to side, all entrances may be safely left continuously open to the full width of the brood chamber, that is to say, 14½ inches from March onward, and are indeed better left so the whole year round. Treatment of swarms. About the middle of May, or earlier in favourable seasons, the first swarms may be expected. As it is important that these should be installed at once in their permanent quarters, the frame hives should be all ready in advance for their reception. Usually the bees will give notice of their intention to swarm by crowding out on the alighting board at intervals for several days previously. But this is by no means their invariable custom, and a swarm often issues from a hive which has, to inexperienced eyes at least, shown no exterior sign of the coming exodus. As a general rule, a swarm will settle within reasonable distance of the parent stock, but if it has to be followed over neighbouring property, care should be taken not to trespass without permission being asked. The old idea that a beekeeper may follow wherever his bees lead him is one that has no legal sanction. He should first ask permission, but if this be unreasonably withheld, he has probably good ground for action against the churlish neighbour if the swarm suffer by his inability to attend to it. As soon as the bees have settled, they must be shaken down into a hiving skep, the mouth of which is then covered with a board, and the whole immediately inverted and stood upon the ground underneath. The edge of the skep should be propped up with any small object such as a stone, to allow any bees that may still be flying to enter. Now the hive intended for their permanent dwelling should be got into a good position in the bee garden, with its frames furnished with combs or full sheets of foundation, and covered up warmly in the usual way. The swarm should be left until after sundown, by which time all the bees will have entered the skep for the night. The stone should now be removed and the skep gently closed down on the board, when it must be carefully carried to the hive, and the bees shaken out in front and allowed to run in. The area of the alighting board should be temporarily enlarged by leaning a board on the edge of it gently sloping to the ground, the whole being covered with a sheet. The bees are thrown out upon this ascending platform as close as possible to the hive entrance, when they will at once commence to run in. Then leave the swarm undisturbed to establish itself in its new quarters. It will probably require no more attention for the rest of the summer. It is a common experience, especially in the case of small beekeepers, to find no provision whatever made for taking and housing swarms until the actual time of their emergence, and then, too, frequently the swarm is put into any old skep or cheese box in default of proper accommodation, and thus a whole season of the effective payable life of the stock may be sacrificed. The most profitable way of dealing with swarms is to hive them upon fully drawn-out combs not later than the evening of their day of issue. This saves the bees weeks of work in the building of comb, and allows the queen immediate scope for egg-laying, while the hive can be supered at once and thus brought into profit with very little delay, if the nectar flow be anything like an average one. Early April is none too soon for the work of getting such hives ready against swarming time. The stock of drawn-out brood combs should be overhauled and the most perfect set aside for swarm use. If proper hives are not available, the combs can be put into makeshift brood chambers, which are merely boxes of the right dimensions with an entrance cut into the lower edge. The vital thing in the system is to give the queen instant cell room and to utilise the natural propensity of a swarm for comb building in drawing out the super racks, not in furnishing the nursery quarters. On supering hives. The beekeeper is always anxious to get his honey supers on the hives at the earliest practicable date, but he must bear in mind that it is very poor policy to super a stock before its brood nest is ready for the operation. We may get super honey over a 7-frame or even a 6-frame brood chamber, but we shall lose more than we gain in the long run. If the queen at the head of the colony is a young and fertile one, she will need at least 10 full standard frames as scope for her egg-laying activities in a normal season, and until the brood nest contains this number of good combs, it is an unwise policy to give the stock super room. It is time enough to think of supering when the bees are beginning to store nectar in the 10th comb. In the matter of judging the right moment for putting on honey racks, the hive recommended in a former chapter will be found particularly convenient. Racks should go on when the bees begin to work on the last brood comb, and the state of the last comb can always be readily ascertained with this hive by a glance through the glass dummy board at the back. With the ordinary blind hives, however, the quilts must be lifted before the state of affairs can be ascertained. By a brood nest being ready for supering, I do not mean only that it should contain the full complement of 10 standard combs irrespective of their condition. Many of the brood combs retained in hives by careless or ignorant beekeepers might just as well be out for all the use they are to the bees. Every comb has a definite limited life. It should be removed and replaced, as previously stated, by a frame fitted with a full sheet of wired foundation, or, better still, by a new comb fully drawn out at the end of its 4th, or at the utmost its 5th year of use. If brood combs are retained in a hive much beyond this time, the result is a smaller race of bees. It is impossible for bee larvae to develop properly in old and clogged combs. This is a point very generally overlooked by beemen in this country. In the old days of straw scaps and bee burning, combs seldom survived beyond the 2nd season, and so the queens nearly always had fresh comb for their brood raising work. With the introduction of the modern hive came the possibility of the retention of brood combs beyond their limit of utility, thus bringing a distinct drawback along with all their unquestioned advantages. With brood combs, once good but now past their sphere of usefulness, must go also those combs which are defective from any cause. Bulging or malformed combs are not likely to occur where they have been drawn out from full foundation sheets properly reinforced by wire. But where the short-sighted policy of letting the bees build brood combs from starters only has been pursued, misshapen combs are too often in evidence. The cheapest plan in the end is to do away with these entirely and get fresh combs drawn out. Any attempt to prolong their life by cutting out the defective parts in the hope that the bees will fill the spaces with good comb generally results only in the area of drone comb in the hive being increased. The drone question. The presence of too many drones in a hive is an undoubted hindrance to honey getting. It means that a great deal of breeding space is rendered unavailable for worker stock, and much honey is wasted in feeding the superabundant male population. A ready way to reduce the number of drones in any given hive is as follows. Wait till most of the drones have emerged for their midday flight, and then place a strip, or better still, an oblong cage of excluder zinc over the hive entrance. The worker bees will be able to come and go uninterruptedly, but the returning drones will be prevented from re-entering the hive. Towards dusk, the drones may be collected from the face of the hive and destroyed. A still more effective plan is to use a drone trap. This consists of a two-storied box which fits over the entrance. The whole front of the box is formed of excluder zinc, which allows the worker bees to pass, but which intercepts the drones. These latter, soon finding they cannot get through the zinc in the lower chamber, pass up through escape cones into the upper part of the trap, where they remain imprisoned. Any worker bees who go up through the cones can escape by the zinc in front. In the evening, the trap may be removed and the drones disposed of as above. This procedure, however, is recommended only where the nuisance of too many drones actually exists and needs to be promptly dealt with. In good beemanship, such a state of things ought never to arise. Excessive drone breeding in a stock is always indicative of bad management. Either the queen is too old and ought to have been supplanted by a young fertile queen at the end of the previous honey season, or there is too much drone comb in the brood nest, due probably to the stock having been hived on frames containing only starters of foundation instead of full wired sheets. While the beekeeper who is out for profit should limit the number of drones in his hives to the normal figure, which can easily be done by having all brood combs built out on full-size sheets of worker foundation, and by maintaining young queens alone at the head of each colony, it by no means follows that drone breeding should be entirely abolished, even when no queen raising is attempted in the apiary. The practice, advocated by certain enthusiasts, of completely exterminating all drones from hives devoted solely to honey making, is wrong in every respect. There is no doubt that drones have important uses. A stock, however strong in worker bees, will not carry on its work in good heart unless it has its due proportion of drones. Probably the presence of a normal quantity of these much maligned creatures is necessary for the well-being of the colony in many directions as yet little understood. But one certain value may be definitely claimed for them. Drones help to keep up the temperature of the hive during the forenoon of the day, when nearly every worker bee above a fortnight old is out foraging. If a brood nest be opened at this time, the drones will generally be found packed in a solid phalanx in the farthermost corners of the hive, just those regions where an equable temperature is least easy of maintenance. End of section 11. Section 12 of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Working for Run Honey. Everyone with a hive or two of bees can produce honey in sections, but to work for bottle honey, except on a very moderate scale, requires the outlay of a certain amount of hard cash. Small quantities of honeycomb may be dealt with by crushing and draining. If, however, the beekeeper intends to cater for the run honey market, the only way is to work on the system of machine extraction and return of the emptied comb to the hives, to be filled again by the bees. A good centrifugal extracting machine, and it is always cheaper in the long run to get the best at the beginning, will cost £3 or £4. Such a machine will be geared and covered, and will extract 2 standard or shallow frames at a time. The ungeared and open pattern is cheaper, but very far from satisfactory where much work has to be got through. In addition to the machine, a pair of Bingham or WBC uncapping knives costing 4s to 5s each will be needed, and it is a great convenience to have what is known as a honey ripener. This latter is a tin vat, preferably with a capacity of about 100 weight. The honey is placed in it direct from the extractor and passes through some straining device, being eventually drawn off from the bottom through a tap. The ripener is useful because it at once frees the extracting machine for further use. It will cost about 30s. Where, however, the apiary consists of only about a dozen hives, the ripener is not absolutely necessary. In a small apiary, the number of combs to be periodically dealt with in a single batch will probably produce a bulk of honey not too great to be left to ripen in the vat of the extractor itself. In that case, when drawing off, the honey will be allowed to run through a fine wire mesh strainer, which will clear it sufficiently for ordinary business purposes. When employing the extractor thus, it is a good plan to leave the honey in it for 3 or 4 days to mature and settle before bottling. When working for extracted honey, much time and trouble will be saved if the practice be adopted of removing the full combs and replacing them by empty ones at the same operation. Here the honey barrow, described in a previous chapter, can be usefully employed. The barrow is filled with empty combs from the last extracting, and with it the bee-master goes the round of his hives, taking out such of the combs as are ready, and at once putting empty ones in their place. The process is quite simple. Only one super of 10 frame calibre is necessary with hives worked entirely for run honey. The coverings of the super are gently rolled back, a little smoke being blown in as the frames come to light. Then the exchange of the full combs for the empty ones is effected as neatly and quietly as possible. As the full comb is lifted from the super, a sudden jerk downward will dislodge all the adhering bees, when it can be placed straight into the honey barrow. A couple of bee escapes in the lid of the barrow will allow any accidentally confined bees to extricate themselves. It should be borne in mind that only fully sealed combs should be removed for extracting. Combs not completely capped over to the corners must be left for the next operation. Such honey is never properly ripened and is sure to ferment. The Little Wonder Extractor. This appliance, which can be made at home by anyone ordinarily skilled in the use of tools, is quite practicable where only a few combs have to be dealt with. It consists of a half-round tin can attached to a vertical wooden shaft by 2 iron straps. The shaft has a loose handle at the top and is fitted with a spike at the bottom. Into the upper part of the can, a panel of 1/2-inch mesh wire netting is fitted. The panel should measure 14 inches by 9 inches and should be no more than 6 inches from the shaft. At the top of the can is a nozzle to permit the extracted honey to be poured off. A comb that is to be extracted is first uncapped and is then placed against the wire panel, being slipped between the flanges seen in the sketch of figure 29, and so held in position. Then the spike with which the shaft is shod is stuck into a wooden floor. The handle is grasped and the extractor is given a rotary motion, the aim being to spin it round at about 100 revolutions per minute. The honey will be driven into the can by centrifugal force and can afterwards be poured off into the receptacles prepared to receive it. Hints on honey extraction. When extracting honey, scrupulous cleanliness in all appliances used is a prime necessity. If the extracting machine is being employed for the first time in the season, it should be thoroughly scalded and the mechanism run for a while in water as near to boiling point as may be. This should be done early in the day, so that the machine may have time to drain and dry. The same process must be carried out at the end of the work, and all appliances put away perfectly clean. The combs dealt with should come direct from the hives to the extractor. It will not do to save them up from day to day until a good batch is accumulated. The combs must be extracted warm from the hive, or the honey will not leave the cells freely. When uncapping the combs, the knives employed must not only be sharp, but also hot and wet. This latter condition is best secured by allowing the knives to stand in a deep can 3 parts full of water kept simmering by a stove beneath. The knives will be used and returned to the can alternately throughout the work. The uncapping table is an important item. It should consist of a vessel with a removable draining tray fitting into its upper part. Across this tray is a stout wooden bar with a sharp edge and a low nail point in its centre. The comb frame is stood on one of its ends upon the bar, the nail entering the wood of the frame and preventing its slipping. You grasp the top ear of the frame with the left hand, and, taking the knife in the right hand, remove the whole sheet of cappings with one steady sawing sweep, beginning at the bottom and tilting the frame slightly forward so that the sheet falls clear of the knife. At first, this operation will not come easy, but a little practice will soon bring dexterity. Both sides of the comb should be uncapped before placing in the machine. The sharp edge to the wooden crossbar is used to scrape the knife clean before returning it to the heating can. A matter in which novices often go wrong is judging the correct speed for driving the machine. The cages should be revolved only just fast enough to empty the comb while the honey is still thoroughly warm and liquid. Any excess of this minimum speed is liable to damage the combs against the wire mesh sides of the cages, or even pull the combs out of the frames altogether. Until the necessary practice has been obtained, however, it is much better to leave a little honey in the comb than to risk breakage. It need not be said that only combs built upon properly wired foundation should be trusted in the centrifugal extractor. The wiring here is essential. Many beekeepers use what is known as the wide or 1 3/4 inch metal ends with comb frames intended for extraction. By their means the bees are induced to build thicker combs, which, in a large apiary, have a distinct economical value. But when uncapping such combs, they should always be cut down to the normal width, leaving it to the bees to build them out again after being returned to the supers. Section honey production. While with run honey production from a fairly large number of hives only a single super rack to each stock is necessary, the production of section honey is best carried on under what is called the tiering up system. When the bees have made good progress with the first rack of 21 sections, this rack should be lifted up and a second similar rack placed beneath it. A third rack will go under the second as soon as the bees have well advanced the comb building in number 2. In this way, during exceptional seasons, the writer has had as many as 5 racks at one time on the same hive, each holding 21 1-pound sections, and the stock yielded over 90 pounds of perfect comb honey. The top rack of the pile should always be removed directly all the sections are sealed over. The best way to effect this is by means of the Porter bee escape board described earlier. The full rack is lifted up and the board placed on the top of the second super. The top rack is then replaced as before, and on the day following it will be found quite free from bees, and can then be taken away. Another and a quicker method of taking the honey is to remove the full rack entirely from the hive and to place it in a clearing box. The rack stands on cross pieces to provide a bee-way underneath. The box must be quite dark and bee-tight when the lid is on. In the lid, cut a circular hole about the size of a penny, and over this fix a cone of fine perforated zinc or wire gauze with an opening at its apex, just large enough to allow one bee to pass through at a time. In a few minutes after the rack of sections has been put in the box, the bees will begin to come up through the cone. They will at once fly off to the hive, and in about 3 hours the clearer will be empty. All these manipulations of the racks should be undertaken about midday in fine weather, and with as sparing a use of the smoker as possible. In rainy or threatening weather, or after dark, a hive of bees should never be interfered with in any way. In working for section honey, two main principles must be adhered to. The first is to put the racks on just when the bees require the extra space in the hive. The second is to keep all supers thoroughly warm and free from draught. At the beginning of the honey flow, we have all experienced the trouble of some particular stock not taking readily to its supers, when other hives are crowding up into the honey racks. This is sometimes due to the super not sitting properly, so that there is a draughty crevice between its bottom and the top of the brood nest. To remedy this fault, try gluing a strip of ordinary green baize round the bottom of the super rack, as shown by the shaded part of the illustration in Figure 30. Another irritating fault with some bees is an inordinate propensity to stick everything firmly together with propolis. My own plan for coping with this annoyance is to blacklead the parts of all appliances which come together when supplying these to such stocks. The blacklead does not improve their appearance, but it does enable such articles used to be readily separated when they are required, meanwhile saving a great deal of time and temper into the bargain. Another plan for preventing the sticking together of super racks is to rub them over with a Vaseline rag. Stuck supers may be freed by use of much the same tool as that employed by a grocer when cutting a cheese in halves, a length of wire with a gimlet handle at each end. The super is wedged up about 1/8 of an inch at one end, and the wire carefully drawn across its bottom in a slightly diagonal direction. Of course, by this method, there is a certain danger of cutting the crawling bees as well as the adhering propolis and brace comb, but if the operation is carried out quite slowly and carefully, little harm to the bees is likely to accrue. For detaching one super from another, and particularly for freeing the bottom super from the brood frames or excluder zinc upon which it rests, I have found the appliance, illustrated in Figure 31, of considerable service. It is very simply and easily made of a piece of broomstick 14 inches long, with a flat planed upon it, as shown. 2 stout brass or iron angle pieces are screwed upon the flat, and a wooden handle fixed into the length of broomstick behind. In use, the edges of the angle pieces are forced in under the super, bringing the flat of the tool close into contact with the rack side. The handle is then depressed, and the super is easily disengaged. Every beekeeper has experienced the annoyance and damage caused by the displacement of brood frames when lifting a stuck super, and will welcome a contrivance which does away with this serious risk to bee life. In making the rack lifter, 2 points should be noted. The angle pieces should be screwed onto the flat so that their undersides come flush with the curve of the roller, as shown at the crosses in the sketch of Figure 31, and not flush with the edge of the flat. And the handle should be inserted in the roller, giving only such slight backward inclination as will allow it to stand clear of the rack side, so that it can be grasped by the hand. finishing sections. At the end of the nectar flow, large comb honey producers generally find themselves left with a considerable number of sections not quite sufficiently filled and sealed for sale as perfect goods. Also, there are pretty sure to be a still larger number only half finished, and, of course, hopeless as a marketable article. Though the honey season may be entirely over, the bees may be induced to finish the nearly completed sections in the following simple yet very effective way. Make up racks of these latter and put them over your strongest stocks without queen excluders. Then extract all the half-finished sections, put the honey thus obtained into feeding bottles and invert these bottles over a hole in the quilt covering the section racks. 2 or more bottles may thus be placed over as many feed holes on the same rack if desired. The bees will carry the honey down, storing it in the nearest available space, which will be the sections immediately below, and the racks will soon be filled with fully completed and sealed sections ready for the market. First, as to the best method of extracting these sections. This may be done, of course, in the centrifugal machine by packing the sections one over the other in the cages, and if the cages are of the reversible pattern, this is undoubtedly the best and quickest way, where a large number have to be taken in hand. But where only a dozen or 2 are in question, or where, as is frequently the case with those working for comb honey only, no machine is available, the following method will be found quite effective. Get an ordinary tin milk can with lid and wire handle, the can having an interior diameter of 6 inches clear. Cut 2 pieces of stout tin a shade less than 6 inches long and 2 inches wide. Make a central crosscut in each as shown at A in the sketch of figure 32, and then fit these pieces together as at B, securing them with a touch of solder. This crosspiece goes into the bottom of the can, and the uncapped section rests upon it. Then, having put on the lid of the can, the beekeeper takes a firm grasp of the handle and swings the whole contrivance round perpendicularly at arm's length, allowing it to make the circle perhaps 3 or 4 times at a good pace. On opening the can, it will be found that the honey will have been cleanly extracted from one side of the comb, and it remains only to reverse the section and repeat the swinging operation to finish the process. After each section has been thus treated, the can should be emptied of the honey. In this way, a considerable number of sections may be dealt with in a surprisingly short time, and its only drawback is the amount of rather violent exercise which it engenders, not, however, much more than is entailed in the use of an ungeared centrifugal machine. Another point is the need so to place the bottle feeders that the bees have a 1/4 of an inch passageway over the whole upper surface of the super rack. The feeding stages must not rest on the actual wood of the sections, or the bees will not have ready access to them from all parts of the rack. The most convenient way of arranging this is to have a board with the requisite number of feed holes, covering in the whole of the top of the super rack, the board being fitted with a 1/4 inch rim all round its underside. The rim rests on the sides of the rack and will thus provide the necessary beeway under the feeding stages. Great care must be taken to keep the supers thoroughly warm during this feeding back operation. They should be packed with woolen material on all sides, and particularly overhead and round the bottles. These latter should be inspected from time to time and their contents renewed when nearing exhaustion. One special advantage of this plan is that we get our sections completed with the same kind and colour of honey, and such sections can be taken into stock as perfect goods. But if the unfinished sections are merely left on the hive in the normal way, in the hope that the bees will complete them, it often happens that patches of darker honey, or even the detestable honeydew, are worked into them, thus spoiling them for sale as a first-grade article, and rendering them available for home use only. On marketing comb honey. The great thing to aim at in the production of saleable section honey is appearance. No matter how fine the quality of the honey itself may be, it will not attain a ready sale at full price if the section boxes are dirty and the comb capping stained. To bring our section honey to market in first-grade condition, it is essential that it should be removed from the hives as soon as possible after the cells are capped. This advice, be it noted, is not based on good beekeeping, but solely on good business principles. If the only object be to supply honey in comb of first-rate quality regardless of the package, I should counsel the producer to leave all his section racks on the hives until well after the end of the nectar flow. Leave them on, indeed, as far into the autumn as they may be allowed to remain without risk of damage by the bees. Honey, so left to ripen and mature in its natural environment, undoubtedly acquires a flavour and consistency not to be secured in any other way. But, seeing that we are out for profit, and therefore desirous of supplying a readily saleable article at the time of its greatest demand, we cannot follow this plan. Consumers require the new season's comb honey at the earliest possible date, and they very rightly judge its newness by the clean state of the section wood and the snow-white condition of the cell cappings. Every day that elapses after the cells are capped over will see the comb surface degrading in appearance from the ceaseless traffic within the hive, and it is, therefore, of prime importance to get the sections off at the first practicable moment. It is not necessary to wait until all the 21 sections in a super are fully sealed. If the middle 5 rows appear to be ready, the rack may be removed at once and placed in the clearing box. In judging a section for market, no notice need be taken of unsealed cells next to the wood. It may be graded and sold as a full £1 section if the rest of the comb be completed. Care should be taken, when preparing section honey for market, to remove all traces of propolis from the wood. Some bees use very little propolis, but others often load up every corner and crevice with this dark brown sticky substance, and if it be left on the sections, it greatly detracts from their appearance. End of section 12. Section 13 of Beekeeping for All, a manual of honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Working for heather honey. The date when the true heather plant, the ling or Calluna vulgaris, comes into full flower varies throughout Britain, being later the farther north one lives. In southern England, the beekeeper who intends to exploit the heather harvest should have his stocks ready for the work by the end of the third week in July at latest. But whether the ling nectar flow comes early or late in a given district, certain preparations are essential if the fullest advantage is to be taken of it. Of course, where the apiary is within reasonable travelling distance of heather country, it is always sound policy to take the hives thither, whatever their condition. After the end of July, they will do little or nothing in the way of honey making where they are, and even if the journey to the moors results in only a very moderate acquisition of super honey, the brood nests are pretty sure to return home well stocked with provisions for the winter. Seeing that an average strong stock needs about 25 pounds of sealed stores to carry it safely through the unproductive season, this winter stocking of the hives, by taking them annually to the heather, will appeal to the practical man as a sound piece of economy, though it may not produce much honey for sale. If, however, the intention is to make fullest use of the heather harvest for profit, the stocks must be specially prepared to that end. First and foremost, it is desirable to requeen all colonies for this additional autumn work. In the ordinary course of things, a queen who has borne the heat and burden of a long spring and summer season will be greatly reducing her egg output by the end of July, and the area of the brood nest will be daily contracting. It is well at once to supersede her by a young and vigorous mother bee, fresh and eager for the work, so that when the time arrives for the stock to go to the heather, the brood nest may be packed to the brim with worker bees and brood ready to hatch. In addition to requeening all heather-going stocks, some beekeepers, highly successful at the work, use a shallower brood chamber than that advisable for ordinary honey production. Their practice is to have a double-storied brood nest throughout the summer, each story consisting of 10 or 12 frames of the usual shallow pattern, measuring 14 inches by 5 inches. Then, just before the hives are packed up for carting to the moors, the number of brood frames is reduced to half, the 10 or 11 frames containing most sealed brood being put into a single shallow chamber. By this device, the stock arrives on the heather ground with no room anywhere for nectar storage but in the supers, and a largely increased honey yield is generally the result. The usual plan is to work for section honey only, as honey derived from the true ling is so dense in character that it cannot be removed from the comb by the centrifugal extracting machine. Heather honey in bottles is, however, in good demand. It may be secured by supering the hives with racks of shallow frames fitted with sheets of light foundation unwired, the combs being dealt with afterwards in a honey press devised for this variety of honey. Beekeepers are sometimes in doubt whether it is sound policy to go to the trouble of taking their hives to the heather when the forage ground is conventionally within the honey bee's range of flight, that is to say, within a radius of 2 miles or so, which is regarded as about the limit of distance attempted by hive bees in this country. To these I can unhesitatingly reply that it is thoroughly worthwhile. It is, of course, quite true that when the heather is situated not more than a couple of miles from the home apiary, the bees will find their way thither and so make a considerable addition to their stores. But distance makes all the difference here. The same hives located right on the spot would probably gather double or treble the quantity. The principle which apparently should govern the matter for practical folk is to move the hives if the distance is over a mile or so, and the extent of heather worth it, but to let them remain at home where the forage ground lies within the mile limit, this latter to obviate the danger of laden bees returning not to the temporary station but to their old stand. Preparing for the honey show. For the small beekeeper, there is little commercial advantage in sending honey and wax for competition to any of the great London or county shows. The competition is so keen, and one must go to such an infinity of trouble in preparing the samples and staging them for exhibition if the slightest chance of success is to be looked for, that the game is not worth the candle. With local shows, however, the case is different. Most beekeepers count on selling practically the whole produce of their hives in the immediate district surrounding the apiary, and there is no doubt that a prize won at a neighbouring show is an excellent advertisement for their wares. The beekeeper who has made up his mind to compete at such an exhibition must realise at the outset that it is useless to send specimens of honey and wax in the ordinary good condition in which he would offer them for sale. The samples must be "got up" to a certain degree, or they will not stand the faintest chance in competition. Also, it would be well if, before actually starting on the thorny path of preparing honey show exhibits, the beekeeper were to visit a good show or two and make a careful study of how the thing is done, the various classes into which the exhibition is divided, the reasons which presumably led the judges to award prizes to certain exhibits while leaving others, apparently equally good, unplaced, and so on. It may even pay to study the peculiarities of the best known of the judges who go the round of these shows, and store this information up for future use. I do not, of course, suggest resort to any elaborate manipulation in preparing exhibits, but hard experience proves that, where certain practices are universal, the man who abstains from them does not give himself a chance. Chief among these is the clarifying of bottle honey intended for exhibition. With honey of average good density, this can only be effected by subjecting it to heat and so rendering it sufficiently liquid for fine straining. As a matter of fact, nothing but harm can accrue to the flavour and aroma of honey so treated, and the denser the sample is, the more heating it will require. But the process is inevitable where one knows that crystal clearness is expected in all honeys for the show bench. Moreover, the application of heat to honey, though it dissipates some of the other qualities, improves it in the matter of density, as surplus moisture is necessarily driven off. Honey in the comb cannot, of course, be heated, but section honey intended for showing must be removed from the hives the moment the last cell is sealed, in order to preserve the whiteness of the cappings. Whereas, as far as its quality is concerned, it would be much better, as has previously been stated, to leave it a week or two longer in the maturing atmosphere of the crowded hive. The fineness and purity of the glass of the bottles, The meticulous cleansing of the section wood are also prevailing factors in successful showing. In addition, the neat and artistic glazing and lace papering of sections may, under certain judges, go a long way in determining the awards. All this is, no doubt, somewhat discouraging to the man who believes that the sole secret of good business lies in the supply of good, honest articles. But it is indisputable that the local honey show prize winner, however he comes by his success, does get the pull in popularity over competitors less fortunate, or at least less astute. Re-queening. The principle of safe queen exchange is to remove the old queen a full day before the new queen is introduced, so that the bees may realise their loss, and then to see that the newcomer is protected from harm during a further 24 hours by confinement in some caging device, wherein she may become impregnated by the odour of the hive. Fertile young queens of good strain may be obtained from any reputable queen breeder, and they will probably be sent in a cage which will serve also for introduction. Such queens will cost about 10 shillings each in August, and, as a general policy, I advise the use of only British reared stock. For the beginner in beekeeping who wishes to re-queen a stock in the simplest and safest fashion, the old pipe cover introducing cage is still as useful as any. This cage is merely a half globe of coarse wire mesh with a tin rim, and can be purchased almost anywhere. During the morning of the day of introduction, open the hive to be treated, remove its queen with as little disturbance as possible, and close all up again at once. Towards evening, open the hive once more, and lift out one of the central combs containing brood and honey. Having got the new queen confined in the cage by a slip of cardboard, carefully place the cage on a clear space on the face of the comb. Withdraw the card and screw the cage into the comb until there is just room enough left in it for the queen to move about freely. Care should be taken that there are a few cells of honey included in the area enclosed by the cage, so that the queen may not starve. This done, the frame is returned to its place in the hive and the stock left undisturbed until the following evening, when the brood nest should be again opened and an inspection made. The object now is to ascertain, prior to her release, that the new queen is likely to be accepted by the colony. If the bees are packing heavily round the cage, or showing signs of aggression towards the prisoner, her liberation should not be attempted. The hive should be left untouched for another 24 hours. By this time, all token of ill feeling will generally have disappeared, and the cage can be removed, the queen being allowed to mingle with the throng. Even then, however, it is safest to watch for a minute or so and make sure that she is being well received and fondled and fed. If not, she must be caged for another short period. Usually, though, one day's confinement in the atmosphere of the hive is quite sufficient to ensure a queen's friendly acceptance by any colony. Care must, of course, be taken to see that there are no occupied queen cells in the brood nest when the old queen is being removed. The best time to re-queen a stock is immediately after the cessation of the honey flow. Autumn management. Bee driving. In the old days, up-to-date beekeepers used to tour their districts every year at the close of the honey season, bringing home many a nice lot of driven bees which they had obtained from skep hive owners merely for the trouble of taking them away and leaving the untenanted hives full of honey for the cottager, who was content enough with the bargain. These lots of bees were artificially fed during the autumn and winter, and usually built up into strong stocks in the following year. Driven bees, if obtainable now, would be best employed if added to existing colonies of only moderate strength, thus enabling them to go into winter quarters with a good head of population. Used in this way, they are invaluable to the beekeeper, who should not fail to seize any opportunity to get hold of them. Quite a simple job. Bee driving is quite a simple matter and should be learnt by all, for even if the chance of picking up condemned bees in the manner just described does not come our way, we are certain sooner or later to have a skep stock to transfer to a frame hive, which requires exactly the same procedure. The method is based on the natural fact that a colony of bees will desert their hive, no matter how well they may be established in it, if the combs be continually jarred and agitated for a certain length of time. The operator waits until all flying bees have returned to the skep for the night. The skep is then vigorously smoked, turned upside down, and an empty skep placed over its mouth. Now, if the sides of the full skep be steadily thumped with the palms of the hands, the bees will soon begin to troop up into the empty one, and in about 10 minutes, more or less, there will not be a single bee remaining below. The upper skep can then be gently detached, its mouth covered with a piece of fine meshed material such as cheesecloth, and the whole removed to any distance desired. No tools are necessary but the spare skep mentioned and a strip of cloth to tie round, so as to make a secure joint for the two hives while the driving work is in progress. The disadvantages of close driving. This used to be called close driving, but though efficient, its disadvantage lay in the facts that you could not see what you were doing, nor know when all the bees had ascended. Also, ventilation was obstructed by the binding strip at the very time when cooling air was needed by the stock. A much better way of driving bees was that known as the open system. When the two skeps had been brought together mouth to mouth, an ordinary metal meat skewer was thrust vertically down through the walls of the two skeps at a certain point, pinning them securely together. The upper skep was then prised up until it looked like the half-open lid of a box, and was held in that position by two thin iron rods, having both their ends turned at right angles and sharpened. These double-hooked pieces had their sharp ends pushed into the straw walls of the skeps, one on each side, and served as struts to keep all taut during the process of driving. By this open method, a watch could be kept on the bees inside, and the right moment judged for discontinuing the work, while plenty of fresh air was in circulation all the time. Our driving outfit. My own driving tools, shown in the accompanying illustration, differ from those commonly employed. Very early in my experience, I found the regulation driving irons both rickety and uncertain in practice. Also, I soon realised that some restraining medium was necessary to prevent the bees going up outside the top skep as well as inside. The tools I eventually devised are well shown in sketch of figure 34. They can be quite easily made at home. Instead of the irons, I used 2 pieces of 1/2-inch wood in the form of a tall, narrow triangle with a 2-inch French nail driven through each of its 3 corners. These, used as the drawing shows at A, take 3 bearings on the skep walls instead of only 2, and hold the skeps together firm as a rock. Upon these driving plates a piece of stout hemmed calico is nailed, uniting the pair as shown in B. The cloth goes round at the back of the skeps and prevents the bees crawling up outside. For a hinge I used 2 meat skewers, shown at C, linked together and shortened to about 2 inches long. These are thrust upwards and downwards, one into each skep, and make a perfect flexible junction when well driven home into the straw. It is important to have the hinge at that part of the lower skep nearest to the ends of the combs, or the bees will not be able to ascend readily. End of section 13. Section 14 of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Feeding the bees in autumn. Where it is judged that colonies are too lightly provisioned to go through the winter months, their stores must be made up to the safety mark by artificial feeding. An average strong stock, as has been seen, will require 25 pounds in weight of sealed stores to carry it through until next season's natural supply of nectar begins. By far the best winter food for bees is good ripe honey, and if the beekeeper has observed the golden rule never to take honey from the brood nest as surplus, his stocks ought to be in perfectly good trim in this regard. But with no honey available and light colonies to be built up, resort must be had to sugar syrup feeding. Syrup for this autumn feeding should be fairly thick. Granulated white cane sugar should be used in the proportion of 2 parts of sugar to 1 of water, measured by bulk. The water should be placed over gentle heat and the sugar slowly added, stirring constantly till all is dissolved and the mixture has boiled slowly for a minute or so, when the vessel may be taken off the fire. The syrup is best given to the bees fairly warm. For the small apiarist, nothing is better nor less costly than the glass jam jar and homemade feeding stage illustrated opposite in figure 35. In my own practice, I invariably pack down for the winter with all first quilts cut to receive these feeding stages. All feeding up of colonies short of stores should be finished by the middle of September. If not, the sooner the work is over, the better. As the cold season approaches, bees become more and more difficult to handle, and it is bad policy to disturb them unnecessarily much after September is out. It is well for beginners to realise that, in subduing bees at this time, a more liberal use of the smoker is needful than at the height of the honey flow, when bees will generally stand any amount of interference without reprisals. With nectar coming in plentifully, it is seldom necessary to give more than a slight puff or two under the quilts to ensure quiet manipulation. But from early September onward, the stocks must be rather more vigorously handled if they are to be effectually subdued. The smoker should now be freely used at the entrance and also when taking off the quilts. And when the hive has to be left open for any time, however short, it is a good plan to have handy the carbolic cloth, which can be temporarily drawn over the frames. Such a cloth is most conveniently made in 2 separate pieces, each 17 inches square. The pieces have narrow hems on 2 of their sides opposite to each other, and 1/4-inch metal rods enclosed in the hems. The rods act as rollers upon which the cloths are wound, as well as weights to keep them in place. In use, the cloths are unrolled over the frames from opposite sides, and brought together so that only the particular frame or frames under inspection need remain uncovered. When not in use, the rolled up cloths may be kept in a long tin tube with lid, such as wax tapers are sold in, and this makes a very handy receptacle for them at all times, especially when travelling. Autumn preparations for winter. With September on the wane, the work of packing hives down for the winter should also be got through now as speedily as possible. From the floors of all brood nests, the summer accumulation of rubbish should be removed. The tops of brood frames will need scraping, and the square of strong material used as the first quilt over the frames should be replaced by a fresh piece. I find it better to employ new unbleached calico for this first covering rather than to use old material. The bees always stick it down firmly to the frames, and unless it is fairly strong, it is apt to be torn on removal. For the upper quilts, of course, any old material will serve, provided it be woolen and not too dilapidated. A chaff cushion is used by many beekeepers in place of woolen wrappings, and is quite serviceable so long as the cloth from which the cushion is made is sound. But a leaky chaff cushion is an abomination. Also, coverings of the cushion variety are liable to get damp and are then difficult to dry, which is not the case with single squares of carpet, blanket, etc. Beekeepers of an economical turn of mind, and this includes us all nowadays, should not omit a periodical overhauling of the family rag bag with a view to the confiscation of any old woolen material which will cut up serviceably into coverings for the hives. An old blanket is the most useful find for this purpose. Its sound portions should be divided into 18-inch squares, and these stored away in some dry place handy to the apiary. Odd strips should be preserved in the same fashion, as they are invaluable for packing round honey supers. For this special purpose also, old woolen stockings come in very aptly. Every hive will need a plentiful supply of these woolen squares during the coming winter. 6 or 8 thicknesses over the brood frames will be none too many, and the store should be capable of providing a complete new rig-out at a moment's notice for any hive whose quilts have got damp, either from penetration of outside moisture or through humid exhalation upward from the brood nest itself. Some beekeepers use quilts made of several squares bound permanently together at the edges. These are ready and quick to handle, but when they have got damp, they are difficult to dry. The single-ply quilt is in every way preferable. The necessity of providing winter passages for the bees over and through the combs of the brood nest is often impressed upon beginners. I consider, however, that any device of the sort is superfluous in the modern hive. In naturally built comb, bees will sometimes leave holes which no doubt are used as a means of passing quickly from one surface of the comb to the other. These natural combs are usually firmly attached to the hive sides throughout about 2/3 of their depth, and then the pop holes doubtless have their use as a ready means of passage. But the modern bar frame provides for a 1/4-inch bee-way round all combs from top to bottom, and unless the hive walls are very thin and cold, the bees will constantly use these passageways even during the winter. No harm, however, will be done if the beekeeper feels that the provision of winter passages may possibly give his stocks a little better chance of getting through the cold season in safety. In this case, the easiest and simplest plan is to lay a few square sticks of about 1/2 inch calibre across the frames under the quilts. If it is preferred to make regular pop holes through the comb, these should be cut about 2 inches below the top bar in the centre and be no more than 1/2 inch in diameter. Some beekeepers of the old school do not remove the ridges and lumps of propolis and brace comb which the bees have constructed on the upper sides of the frames as attachments to supers or queen excluders, in the belief that this rubbish helps the bees to pass from comb to comb by holding up the quilts. As a matter of fact, it seldom does anything of the kind, but merely serves to protect the hibernating larvae of the wax moth, giving them snug shelter in a region of the hive where the bees are little likely to discover them. The thing which every beekeeper should aim at is to make his autumnal preparations for the wintering of his stocks so complete that, from the beginning of October until about the end of March following, the bee garden may be safely left to take care of itself. If weak colonies have been united to make strong ones, if all hives with old queens have been provided with young fertile mother bees, if every stock has been properly provisioned with at least 25 pounds weight of sealed stores, and the hives correctly packed down for the cold season and made thoroughly weatherproof, the bee master ought to have no winter anxieties at all. He may, however, have purchased stocks late in the season, whose condition he has had no hand in establishing. These may be housed in plain boxes or skeps, with which nothing can safely be done until the warm days of next spring come round. Unforeseen circumstances may arise, such as an exceptionally cold winter prolonged far into the ensuing year, wherein supplies normally sufficient for average strong stocks of bees may give out before the new natural sources of provender become available. Whenever, therefore, a mild, sunny day occurs, it is a good thing to stroll down among the hives about noon and mark how each stock deports itself. It should be remembered that there is no true hibernation in honey bee life. The bees merely get together in a close throng between the combs, and there spend their time in a semi-dormant condition, the completeness of that state depending on whether the cluster can keep itself sufficiently warm and dry. This quiescent state remains unbroken so long as the cold weather lasts. But with every warm, bright break, the bees of a healthy hive should come out for a short flight, during which they void their excreta. This periodical cleansing act should be watched for about midday at such favourable times, and its occurrence or the reverse is pretty sure indication of the condition of the colony. After long continued frosty weather, one very alarming symptom may often be observed about the entrances and upon the flight boards of hives of whose healthy condition the beekeeper may hitherto have felt certain. This is a copious sprinkling of brown or yellow matter, suggesting that dysentery has attacked the hives. True dysentery may occur at this time, owing to the consumption of stores which have fermented, or the bees may be feeding upon stored honeydew, a frequent cause of true dysenteric trouble. But most probably the signs remarked may be due merely to the fact that opportunity for a cleansing flight has been so long denied that nature has taken an unusual course. The alarming appearance will commonly vanish at the first return of warm weather. Winter care of bee appliances. As soon as outdoor work has practically ceased in the apiary, it is well to look over all appliances which have been in use during the past season, making any repairs or improvements that may be necessary. The extracting plant is certain to need attention. The vat should be thoroughly cleaned outside and given a couple of coats of black varnish or good black paint. If the tinning of the interior is worn through in places, showing signs of rust, it should be gone over carefully with sand and paraffin, then with boiling water, and finally with a cloth smeared with Vaseline. The honey gate or tap should receive special attention. All its surfaces should be brought up bright, and the tube leading to the vat should be well cleaned with a cloth wrapped round a stick. The mechanical part of the extractor will need equal care, and every precaution must be taken to ward off rust in the damp winter months to come. After cleansing, the Vaseline cloth should here be used with assiduity. Nothing tends to degrade the colour of honey so much as its contact with rusty appliances. In painting the outside of the vat, the bottom must not be forgotten. It is there that the rust enemy is most likely to be present. The use of black paint is recommended because the dark colour absorbs heat. In the average small apiary, each extracting operation will usually deal with no more than 50 or 60 pounds of honey. With such a quantity, the honey may be left in the extracting vat to ripen and clear. If the black painted vat be stood in the sun for a few hours, the temperature of the honey will be raised to a surprising degree, and it will thus be cleared sufficiently to allow of direct bottling, without any straining process. Where a separate honey ripening vat is used, this also should be painted black. Appliances made of wood, such as super racks and escape boards, will need scraping to free them from propolis and a brace comb, and it is also advisable to give them a good hammering together. As regards the escape boards, The chief point is to see that the beeways are free and the springs working smoothly and at the right distance apart. All wooden articles must be stored in a dry place, or they may warp and so not sit properly. This is specially important with super racks, because the bees will feel it incumbent upon them to fill up all gaping seams with propolis, and so glue the racks firmly together. If tin dividers are used with sections, the stock of these should be overhauled, all adhering matter being removed and bent dividers straightened with a wooden block and mallet on a flat table. Crooked dividers always mean uneven combs. The actual tools of the craft will also need attention. Scrapers should themselves be scraped and put away after a good rub with the Vaseline rag. The smoker must have its internal crust and accumulation of creosote removed, and the leathern part of the bellows should be dressed with castor oil. Finally, the hiving skeps should not be neglected. A good plan is to give them a thorough scrubbing with soap and water. The combs used for extracting, and sections partially drawn out, are always an anxiety to the beekeeper who has many of them to carry over for use next season. These should have been thoroughly cleaned up by the bees, and care taken that no larvae of wax moth are hiding in the corners of the racks. To ensure immunity from vermin, a good fumigation with sulphur should be given to all. The best way to effect this is to melt the sulphur and steep rags in it. These rags are ignited in a pan which is placed in the bottom of a box. Over the box, the racks are tiered up in such a way that the fumes can reach every part of them. The work is most conveniently carried out in a close shed or outhouse well away from the dwelling. The racks should be allowed to remain several hours under subjection to this process, and then each should be parcelled up in stout brown paper and string and stored away in a dry place for the winter, where mice cannot get at them. If you have any top-heavy hives, make sure that there is no chance of their blowing over, which they will be specially liable to do in winter storms. No greater disaster, of course, can happen to a beehive than to be capsized. Sometimes, despite all your efforts to prevent it, a hive falls over for no apparent reason. This accident is caused sometimes by rats or moles undermining the ground beneath one of the hive legs. The trouble can be permanently prevented by doing away with hive legs altogether in the apiary, making all hives flat-bottomed and letting each stand on 4 stout stakes driven firmly into the ground. It would be as well to creosote or tar the stakes before driving in. In exceptionally boisterous weather, if there be any doubt of the stability of a hive, pegs can be driven into the soil on each side and a guy line carried over. If necessary, a whole row of hives can be rendered secure in this way, a single taut line being carried over the tops of all. End of section 14. Section 15 of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On storing honey. To preserve comb honey in good marketable condition throughout the winter months, it is necessary to shield it from damp as well as cold. Exposure to low temperature will start the candying process in most honeys, but with run honey this can be easily remedied by standing the bottles in water gradually heated until the liquid state of their contents has been restored. With section honey, however, which has once candied, little can be done in this way, as the heat necessary to liquefy the honey almost invariably breaks down the comb. The only practicable course with badly candied sections is to melt them up and run the honey into bottles, which means a whittling down of profit. The way in which damp exerts an adverse influence on the section honey stock is in causing it to bleed. The cappings of honeycomb are not exclusively composed of pure wax, in accordance with the popular belief. A considerable number of pollen grains or fragments of pollen are to be found microscopically in most honey cell cappings, and it is these pollen grains which absorb moisture and, by swelling, destroy the hermetical sealing of the cell, thus allowing the honey also to absorb the moisture and to exude. These bleeding sections have an unsightly appearance and cannot be offered as first-grade goods. The remedy for, or rather the prevention of, these two defects is to store the comb honey in a place where neither damp nor extreme cold can reach it. For this purpose, nothing can be better than the shelf close to the ceiling of a warm kitchen, the sections being placed in boxes just large enough to go on the shelves, and the boxes themselves being lined with a double thickness of newspaper. The boxes which I use for storing my own section honey in this way are placed on their sides with the hinges next the ceiling, the sections being packed in split side up and end on to the lid. Any number can thus be removed at a moment's notice. The bee master of very methodical ways can have a label on each box lid notifying the contents, and all withdrawals can be marked back from time to time so that the extent of the comb honey stock is always ascertainable at a glance. As regards the material of which cell cappings are composed, those of brood cells are very generally believed to consist of an amalgam of wax and pollen grains, the latter being incorporated in the cell cover to induce the young bee to effect its release by making a first meal of the door of its prison. Similarly, most handbooks on beekeeping state that the material with which honey cells are sealed consists of pure wax only, in order to secure perfect hermetical closing. Bee masters who take an interest in the natural history of the honey bee, and not only in the profit she brings them, will be interested to know that these statements cannot be wholly accepted without modification. It is true that brood cell cappings contain normally 50 to 70% of pollen grains, whole and in fragments, and are thus rendered both edible and porous. But it is also true, as stated above, that honey cell cappings have a considerable percentage of whole or fragmentary pollen grains incorporated in their substance. Indeed, it would be perhaps perfectly accurate to say that pure beeswax is a thing never found in a hive, every natural specimen so far examined by the writer and others having yielded some pollen, either whole or in fragments. Pollen grains have even been found firmly embedded in the raw wax scales taken freshly from the abdominal wax secreting organs of the bee. How they got there no one seems able to conjecture. The majority, perhaps, of bottle honey buyers prefer their favourite sweet candied, so the stock may be kept in any dry place where the temperature does not actually go below freezing point. It is useful to know that honey of poor colour is greatly improved in appearance by the granulation process, and also that its grain may be rendered finer if each jar be stirred once or twice while the honey is setting. To restore granulated run honey to liquid form, the following plan is recommended. Get an ordinary shallow preserving pan and strew inside a number of thin slips of wood. Old sections split up into half-inch pieces will do very well. The slips should loosely cover the bottom of the pan, so that when the honey jars are stood inside, the glass will nowhere touch the iron. Having filled the pan with as many jars as it will hold, pour in cold water until it touches the shoulders of the jars, and then stand the whole over a gentle fire, letting the water heat as slowly as possible. It must never be allowed to boil, but just kept hot until the honey is thoroughly liquefied. The pan can then be removed from the stove and stood on a wooden floor or table, being covered over by an old blanket or similar material to ensure very gradual cooling. The slower this cooling process is, the clearer and brighter will be the honey. If the jars are treated with their caps on, these must be well loosened, or the jars may burst. Hints on wax rendering and refining. In the smallest apiaries, it is always worthwhile to adopt a regular system of saving odd particles of wax, cell cappings, scrapings from hives, comb frames, and the like. On a large bee farm, such inconsiderable fragments are collected as a matter of course, and when melted down and purified, are sold as prime wax at a good figure. But small beekeepers are too prone to neglect the minor affairs of their craft, many of them throwing away annually such odd gleanings that, with a little trouble, could have been made to add considerably to the net profit of the bee garden. The best way, for small and large apiarists alike, is to have one or more solar wax extractors continually going in some sunny corner adjacent to the hives. Every time a hive is opened and some bit of brace comb or other superfluous atom containing wax is removed, it should be straightway dropped into the extractor, where the mere unaided heat of the sun will soon change it into a marketable commodity. Those who have never worked this system will be astonished to find how much good, pure wax is thus obtained in the course of the season. The oldest and blackest combs, consisting apparently of nothing but pupa skins, will be found to yield wax in surprising quantity when treated in the solar extractor. Those in doubt as to the merits of this appliance should try the experiment of placing in it the residue left after combs have been run down in the ordinary way by boiling, and observe how much additional wax the solar melter will yet contrive to coax out. Of course, this form of wax extractor has the drawback of being entirely dependent on the sun for its efficacy, and British sunshine is a thing not always on hand when required. But in average seasons, the hours of strong sunlight, even in this country, are quite plentiful enough for the object in view, while their working power may be largely augmented by having the melting boxes constructed on the best principles. A good solar extractor should have its sides and bottom made of stout, heat-retaining material, preferably of sound boards at least 1 inch thick. In shape, it should be like a gardener's forcing frame, but with a rather more decided slope to the glass roof. It should be longer from rear to front than from side to side. Its lid should be hinged at the back, should fit down upon beadings preventing any escape of heat, and should be double glazed. If it has a bright tin reflector behind, which is adjustable to the inclination of the sun, the efficiency of the apparatus will be still further increased. The construction of the interior of a solar extractor is important. The combs and pieces of wax lie on a curved sheet of tin plate, inclined downwards, and beneath the edge of this sloping tray is a receptacle for the melted wax. The curve and inclination of the tray should be so devised that the wax runs down, as nearly as may be, to a common point, and the residue is prevented from following the wax by a straining piece made, most conveniently, of wire gauze. The whole extractor should rest on short legs and be easily movable, so that its face direction can be varied with that of the sun. It is important that the wax tank should be inside the extractor box, and that it should be kept at the highest possible temperature, in order that its contents may remain fluid long enough to allow all impurities gradually to sink to the bottom. In this way, the wax refines itself without the necessity for after treatment. Solar extraction is undoubtedly the best system for both the large and small wax producer, as it involves little expense or trouble and renders the wax in a highly refined and pure condition. Nothing more is necessary than to remelt the wax thus obtained into oblong cakes by the use of wooden moulds well soaked in water before the wax is run in. These cakes should be of definite weight, say 1/4 pound or 1/2 pound, in which form they are readily saleable. The one drawback, however, to this method will be obvious. It is workable only in bright sunshine, and in our uncertain climate, especially towards the end of the season, we can never be sure of getting enough sunlight to finish the job. If, therefore, the beekeeper has allowed the summer heat to pass without possessing himself of a solar extractor, and finds himself with a fairly large accumulation of wax to render, he must resort to another device. He can still employ the same apparatus, if he wants to do so, by using artificial heat under the box. In this case, the extractor stands on a suitable staging over a heating lamp, the heat passing into the box through a tin chimney inserted in its bottom. It is a commendable plan, indeed, so to construct the solar extractor that the sun's rays can be reinforced by artificial heat whenever they have not strength enough to produce the necessary temperature alone. Failing the solar method, wax rendering must be carried out in the old way of soaking and heating in water. Only rainwater should be used, or the colour of the wax will suffer, and no higher temperature than about 160 to 165 degrees should be employed. That is to say, just enough to render the wax completely fluid. On no account should the combs and wax scraps be placed dry in a vessel, and this stood on a stove or in an oven. Direct heat thus applied is nearly certain to be excessive, and the colour and quality of the wax may be hopelessly ruined. The vessel containing the raw wax must always be water jacketed. It is possible to treat wax of dark or inferior colour so as to restore it, in some degree, to a good and marketable appearance. Much of this objectionable colour may be discharged by using commercial sulphuric acid in the water in which the wax is melted, in the proportion of half an ounce of acid to the gallon. While the mixture is being heated, it should be constantly stirred, and after the wax is thoroughly melted out, the whole should be allowed to cool very slowly. When cold, the wax cake which has formed on the surface should be lifted out, its underside scraped, and then remelted and strained through a fine brass wire mesh. Iron vessels should never be used for wax rendering, as the colour of the wax invariably suffers. Enamelware is in every way preferable. The colour of beeswax can also be greatly improved by running the wax into thin sheets or ribbons, and exposing these for days together to the action of the sun and open air. The sheets should be frequently turned, and so laid out that the maximum of air and light can reach all surfaces. Some wax, however, though pure, is naturally dark, and no treatment will effect any marked improvement in its appearance. A ready, if rough, plan of dealing with odd scraps of comb is to melt them down by means of the contrivance described below and shown in Figure 38. Take an old saucepan lid, A, about 12 inches in diameter, remove the handle and punch a close circle of fine holes in its centre, the circle covering a space of about 2 inches. Half fill the saucepan with water, put the lid on upside down and invert what cooks call a patty pan, B, over the central grid. The pieces of comb are then piled up on the lid and the whole stood over the fire or put in a slow oven. The wax will melt and run through into the water, whence it can be removed when cold in the form of a round cake. C. The use of comb foundation. The introduction of comb foundation into beekeeping may be said to have revolutionised the industry. Until it was invented, various attempts had been made to induce bees to build the right sort of comb regularly within the frames, but with only partial success. Although straight combs could generally be secured by wax lines on the undersides of the top bars and other devices, it was found impossible to obtain any control over the amount of drone comb built in a hive, and until surplus drone cells could be excluded from the brood nests and the comparatively useless male population thus kept down, the creation of the immense armies of worker bees necessary in modern apiculture was a matter of great difficulty. When, however, it was discovered that if thin sheets of wax were embossed on both sides with the shapes of the cell bases and given to the bees, they would be readily accepted by the comb builders, a new era in bee culture set in. By impressing these sheets with a pattern representing the small worker cells only, beekeepers were able largely to prevent the construction of drone comb. A glance at the accompanying illustration in Figure 39 will show what takes place when bees are allowed to build comb in the natural way without foundation. Generally, the two sizes of comb are begun side by side in line, and when the edges of the two structures converge, they are united into one comb by a series of more or less irregular cells. But if the frame represented had been fitted with a full sheet of worker foundation, the bees would have accepted it and raised upon it only worker cells, thus providing the queen with a much larger area for the desired worker brood. It is true that bees will sometimes defeat this ingenious plan of the bee master by raising drone comb upon worker base foundation, but in nearly every case this will be found to be due to bad management on the part of the owner. It is neither desirable nor necessary to exclude all drone comb from a hive. Every stock should be allowed to raise a few hundred drones annually, and this object is best provided for by cutting off a triangular piece from the bottom corners of each full sheet of foundation. The bees will then utilise this vacant space for the building of drone comb, while preserving the worker foundation for its true purpose. Foundation is also made with impressions corresponding in size to the bases of the larger drone cells. This is useful for bee breeders, an important part of whose work is to ensure a plentiful supply of drones of the right breed and very early in the season in the neighbourhood of the queen rearing apiary. Drone comb in honey chambers. Elsewhere, after enumerating the several advantages of standard and shallow frames for honey storage, I have recorded my own preference for the exclusive employment of the full standard frame for all purposes within the hives. This, of course, necessitated the use of worker foundation only throughout, because my main reason for preferring the larger size of frame in honey production was that the combs could also be used, if desired, for hiving swarms and filling up brood chambers when stocks were being divided, comb frames containing only drone cells being obviously unsuitable for this purpose. The use of drone foundation in supers has, however, several points of recommendation if the beekeeper is willing to forego the advantage above mentioned. No doubt, when bees build comb exclusively for honey storage, they naturally make the cells large, and these large cells present a more extended surface to the air, so that the honey within them has theoretically a better chance to ripen quickly and thoroughly. It is also claimed for drone comb that it is built in less time and uses up a smaller quantity of wax, and that bees will take to a super thus furnished more readily than is the case where the super is filled with worker combs. Moreover, the larger cells yield up their contents to the extractor more easily, and, by their employment, the nuisance of pollen storing in surplus racks is done away with, because pollen is seldom or never stored in any but worker cells. Finally, the exponents of large cell supers claim that one of the objections to the modern system of furnishing all brood frames with worker foundation, that it prevents the bees following their natural instinct to build a certain amount of drone comb every year, is met by the fact that this instinct is provided for when drone foundation is fitted to the super racks. There is, however, something to be said on the other side. It is by no means proved that there is usually less wax in a given cubic area of drone comb then in a block of worker comb of the same dimensions. We know that in naturally produced comb, the walls of drone cells are thicker than those of worker cells, and this is probably true of all large cell comb, whether built naturally or drawn out from foundation. The bees also make a heavier rim to these large cells than they do to the small ones, and possibly the cappings are somewhat stouter. The point as to ease of extraction seems to me of no very great importance, seeing that in practice worker combs extract sufficiently well, and it appears to be largely counterbalanced by the fact that drone combs, especially when new, are more liable to break down under the centrifugal force of the machine. As to bees taking more readily to supers furnished with drone comb, it is difficult to decide impartially, because the advocates of the two systems are at direct variance on the matter. But even when this point is conceded, the fact remains that, given ordinary, favourable conditions, bees will take readily enough to properly constructed supers fitted with worker comb. On the whole, as far as shallow frames are concerned, a balance of advantage seems to lie on the side of the large-celled comb when only honey production is considered. But, for the reasons stated in the former chapter referred to, my own individual preference is for one size of frame suitable to all requirements throughout the apiary, this necessarily restricting me to the use of worker foundation alone. In swarming time, the possession of a good supply of fully worked out standard frames is, in my experience, an immense advantage. It is true that the bees of a swarm are actuated by a strong impulse to build comb. But it must be remembered that swarming takes place at the height of the honey flow, when both time and bee labour are precious. It seems to be wiser policy, therefore, to provide the queen at once with a ready-made brood nest, and let the comb-building bees expend their energy by drawing out foundation in the super above. On the point, however, as to the way bees work on foundation, there would appear to be a certain doubt. Do they merely draw out the wax thus artificially provided into comb, adding nothing of their own? Or do they simply build upon the foundation? My own belief is that they sometimes do the one and sometimes the other, and this view has received very recent confirmation. A beekeeper wishing to make up a rack of sections and having no thin super foundation handy, made use of full sheets of the foundation known as heavy brood. In the resulting comb honey he expected to find a thick midrib to each section. Only a proportion of the sections, however, showed this thick midrib, a good many of the combs having quite light and thin cell bases. This proves that the foundation was built upon by the bees in some cases, while it was drawn out in others. End of section 15. Section 16 of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pests of Bee-Life. Wax moths. Every beekeeper ought to acquire a knowledge of the life history of the two species of moths which prey upon the hives. The depredations of these creatures are serious only under an ignorant and negligent system of beekeeping, but a very little carelessness and lack of knowledge may result in a great number of valuable combs being destroyed. The true wax moths are not difficult to recognise. Both come under the category of small moths. The larger, Galleria melanella, has reddish-brown grey wings with lighter margins. The smaller, Acria grisella, is of a uniform dead grey colour, with a head of distinctly yellow tinge. Their habit is to hover about the hives late on summer evenings, when they can be seen to alight on the entrance boards and to run in. They are extraordinarily quick and adroit in their movements, mingling boldly with the throng of bees and laying their eggs on the actual combs, upon the wood of the frames or interior of the hive, and especially within odd crevices or amidst the accumulation of rubbish on the floorboards of dirty hives. The grubs, when hatched, feed not only upon the waxen combs, but on the honey and pollen, and even on the bee larvae in the cells, burrowing in all directions through the comb and constructing for themselves tough silken tunnel tubes as they go. In this way, unless the nuisance be promptly dealt with, a comb will very quickly become a useless mass of fibres and dust. When going through a hive, the bee master should always keep a sharp lookout for these pests. They can be picked out of the comb with the point of a penknife, or crushed, if observed, in crevices and corners. When badly infested, combs should be removed and fumigated with burning sulphur in a closed box or cupboard, and it would be well to treat all store combs in the same fashion before putting them away for the season. Apparently the species is continued from year to year mainly by hibernation of the creature in the grub stage. It has not been decisively proved that wax moths hibernate as perfect insects, though this is highly probable. Like nearly all the ills of beekeeping, prevention is in this case much easier than cure. The principal favouring cause of infestation of the apiary by wax moths is want of cleanliness. Dirty floorboards and too infrequent use of the scraper on frames and hive sides provide secure hiding places for the waxworms, whereas in a clean hive the bees would discover and immediately eject the intruders. Another favouring feature is the employment of hives with loose inner cases and dummy boards cutting off spaces which the bees are unable to enter, but which the wax moth readily invades. Hives badly made of unseasoned material also promote the evil by reason of the cracks and crevices which come sooner or later in the woodwork, and harbour these and other vermin. Dealing with the bee louse. The Browler seeker, or bee louse, unless it be present in large numbers, does not seem in any way detrimental to the inhabitants of the hives. A few specimens can be found in most colonies, particularly in the south of England, and it is the queen who most commonly harbours this parasite. It is a small, round creature with 6 fringed legs, and is of a bright brown colour, except when quite young. Then it is greyish in hue. Little notice need be taken of the Browler when only a few individuals are seen, but if many of the bees in a colony are infested, something must be done to check the pest. The true preventative is to give all floorboards of hives a periodical cleansing and treatment with carbolic solution at a strength of about 1 part of acid to 10 or 12 parts of water. Though fumigating the hive with tobacco smoke is said to dislodge the parasite from the bodies of the bees and to cause it to fall to the floor, whence the cleaning process above recommended will finally remove it, it is doubtful whether the smoke can be employed in sufficient density for the purpose without stupefying the bees themselves. Where, however, the queen of a hive is seen to be infested by bee lice, it would be well to trap her and to capture the parasites with a small pair of tweezers. This is not difficult to do, on account of their comparatively large size. Other pests of hive life. Mice will sometimes get into hives and make their nests in odd corners behind dummy boards, amongst the quilts, etc., where the bees cannot reach them. They will often cause considerable damage and should be at once turned out on detection. At certain times of the year, when insects and grubs are scarce, a great many small birds resort to the apiary and snap up any bees that may wander out on the alighting boards. This happens particularly during warm sunny spells in midwinter. A good protection will be found in a piece of 1-inch mesh galvanised wire netting bent into a sort of cage, which is placed over the front of each hive, giving free passage to the bees, but preventing the birds from settling on the flight boards. In the summer, wasps are very troublesome to bees, continually trying to enter and plunder the hives. This matters only with weak stocks, these being sometimes entirely robbed out by wasps. The remedy is to maintain in the apiary only strong colonies, which are well able to defend themselves against the depredators. An old tradition about the death's head moth invading the hives in quest of honey seems to obtain little credence in modern times, though, no doubt, there are recent well-substantiated instances of this moth having been seen to enter hives apparently unmolested by the bees. The moth, however, is too rare generally in the country to constitute a serious nuisance. How to make mead or metheglin. Every beekeeper should include the making of mead among his activities, as it can be rendered a very profitable sideline. Let it be understood at once that mead proper is brewed from honey and pure water alone. No doubt, if we add to these classic ingredients raisins, cinnamon, ginger, and what not, and top up with a quart or two of gin, a very palatable drink will be the result. But it will not be mead. Genuine mead, as made in this country for a few thousand years past, consists of honey diluted with water. It is not even necessary to add yeast to promote fermentation. Very good mead can be made by merely boiling the honey and water, and then stowing the liquor away in a cask with a porous bung, forgetting all about it for a year or so after final bunging up. By this rough and ready method, however, certain risks are run. The mead will depend for its fermentation on the wild yeast germs present in all country air, and sometimes these germs are not of the right breed, the liquor turning to vinegar instead of to wine. This risk may be obviated by starting the fermentive process by a little cultivated yeast obtainable from any brewery. the yeast being spread on a piece of toasted bread and placed to float on the liquor as soon as it has sufficiently cooled down after boiling. The proportions of honey and water needed for good average mead are about 4 pounds to the gallon. Pure fresh rainwater is the best. I always make my mead from water taken at the end of a prolonged heavy downpour, when roof and gutters and pipes have been washed as clean as the sky from which the water came. The mixture is brought slowly to the boil, being well stirred until the honey and water are thoroughly incorporated. A few minutes' gentle boiling will suffice, when the liquor is transferred to an open cask, the yeast toast being added when it has cooled down to a temperature just pleasantly warm to the finger. A piece of old sheeting or similar material should be securely tied over the mouth of the cask to exclude insects and dust. During the process of working, the thick scum which forms on the surface is left undisturbed or only topped to prevent its over-brimming the cask. The working stage of the mead lasts a longer or shorter time according to the outside temperature, but when it has largely subsided, the liquor is drawn off through a tap several inches above the bottom of the cask and bottled, the bottles being stopped with wedges of newspaper well jammed in. It is not safe to cork and seal the bottles in the ordinary way until some time later, the right moment being indicated by the subsidence of the working to a very gentle action. If preferred, the mead need not be bottled, but may be put direct from the boiler into a cask, the bunghole being left open except for a piece of cloth tacked over it. The bung is rammed into place only when the working is nearly at an end. The liquor is then drawn from the wood like ale. In either case, however, the mead should be kept a year before drinking, and the longer you keep it, the stronger and drier it becomes. Mead made in the way above described can be used when only a few weeks old, and makes a delicious, if somewhat over-sweet, beverage. But real Saxon quality comes to it only through age. The truth about bee diseases. I am continually getting letters from people who are anxious to start keeping bees, yet who are deterred from doing so by having read or heard that beekeeping is an exceedingly risky pursuit owing to the prevalence of various diseases which attack the hives and for which there is no known cure. It is quite true that the work of restoring a stock of bees to a healthy condition when once it has become thoroughly permeated by disease is a very difficult task for the most experienced, and for the beginner, all but impossible. It is not true, however, that the honey and beeswax producing industry is in so desperate a strait, owing to the widespread incidence of bee diseases, that the average businessman with capital to invest is not justified in engaging in it. The facts are briefly these. The honeybee is in reality subject to very few diseases compared with other livestock. Practically speaking, there are only 2 or at most 3 which need to be taken into account, and under a sound system of management, combined with due precautionary measures, a really serious attack from any one of these should not be expected or feared. They can, with what is almost certainty, be kept out of the apiary by the consistent adoption of good preventative methods. Equally possible is their speedy elimination if early detected and the proper treatment at once applied. No doubt the true predisposing cause of all bee diseases, not excepting the dreaded acarine, is impaired vitality in the stock due to long continued in breeding, the retention of inferior or old, worn-out queens at the head of affairs, and the housing of colonies in hives unsuited to the British climate. And the true way to avoid bee diseases is to maintain vigour, hardiness, and high numerical strength of population in all colonies, by allowing nothing but the best blood to exist in the apiary, by seeing that no queen remains at her work beyond her second complete year of life, and by employing hives which are really weatherproof at all seasons and under all contingencies. That is to say, hives whose walls are so constructed that they are scientifically heat interceptive and can therefore, under no ordinary circumstances, become cold on their interior surfaces. As I have pointed out elsewhere in these pages, a damp, cold brood nest, the prime favouring condition for the propagation of disease among bees, is seldom due to the entry of moisture from outside, but from the condensation on thin and therefore cold hive walls of the warm, moist exhalations given off by the bees themselves. This deposited water first gathers on the hive sides and renders them thoroughly damp, and this condition is gradually communicated to the whole interior of the hive, bees, combs and stores. The honey absorbs the moisture and becomes watery, at the same time often fermenting. The damp pollen is attacked by mildew. The cluster of bees is roused by the chilly, humid atmosphere from its true winter state of quiescence, and the bees endeavour to restore their normal temperature by extra feeding on the watery and perhaps fermented and mildewed stores. The evil effect of all this is apt to show itself in repeated attacks of dysentery, and the stock, if it survives the winter, will probably start the active season debilitated and so weakened in numbers that it falls an easy prey to the first microbe that comes along. Then we hear another dreadful tale of the precariousness of beekeeping as an investment for the capital of a reasonably cautious man, and the progress of the pursuit suffers accordingly. No one, however, need fear to take up beekeeping for profit if he observe from the outset certain definite principles which will obviously suggest themselves from what has been said above. Strong stocks of bees of good strain, headed by young prolific mother bees, and housed in substantially built and properly designed hives, such as I have been consistently advocating in the press for 20 years past, are unlikely to contract any sort of disease. Their natural tendency will be to remain healthy, while the natural tendency of weak, poor-blooded colonies with scrub stock, superannuated queens, and hived in any old sort of jerry-built dwelling, will be to knuckle under to any trouble that happens along. This is not to say, of course, that the finest stocks of bees, with all the experience, care in the world, will be free from every chance of contracting disease. I wish merely to emphasise the fact that preventative medical science applied to apiculture has given to the honey bee as reasonable a chance of healthy existence as it has afforded to any other kind of domestic stock, and the practical inference to be drawn from this fact is that anyone possessing the necessary business aptitude, energy and hard cash is justified in engaging in the pursuit of bee culture with the same expectations of a fair profit and security from disaster as in any other. Of the 3 diseases which chiefly affect hive life, that which was once called Isle of Wight, but which is now known as acarine disease, bulks most largely in the popular view. It came into full prominence some 20 years ago, when a sudden and sensational outbreak of it occurred in the Isle of Wight, thence spreading eventually to all parts of the United Kingdom, and since accounting probably for the extinction of several millions of stocks. It was originally thought to be a bowel disease, as one of the chief symptoms was a violently dysenteric condition, the bees voiding excreta of dark yellow colour over the combs, alighting board, and every part of the hive. But it has now been ascertained that the real cause of the trouble begins in the invasion of the breathing system of the bee by a species of mite, which multiplies therein, and ends by so blocking up the tracheal tubes that they are rendered useless for the purpose of respiration, and the bee dies partly from suffocation, but mainly by the debility produced by the ravages of the parasite. The dysenteric condition, as is now known, is due to the fact that inability to breathe causes inability to fly, and this in turn produces retention of faeces until nature violently and abnormally reasserts herself, the bee in a state of health being unused and perhaps unable to empty the bowel except during flight. A more or less large number of bees crawling about the ground near the affected hive, unable to rise on the wing after tumbling over the edge of the alighting board, is one of the characteristic symptoms of acarine disease. In mild cases, colonies do undoubtedly appear to recover from this ailment, but the usual course, where treatment is not applied, is that the stock gradually weakens until it becomes extinct. The vital thing in any attempt to cure acarine disease is to attack it in its very earliest stages. Only the expert, however, can detect these because only dissection of suspected bees and examination under the microscope can reveal the presence or absence of the acarine mite soon after its invasion. The stage of infestation, when numbers of bees are seen outside the hive unable to fly, is really a late stage. Every individual infected bee is then hopelessly out of reach of any known treatment, and the only thing that can be done is to prevent the spread of the mite to the remaining healthy bees of the colony. But it is possible that half the bees in a hive may be affected by the disease in its initial stage, before any crawling symptoms are observed. There may, however, be a certain sluggishness and occasional uncertainness of temper not otherwise to be accounted for, which may be caused by incipient acarine. If this occur, the beekeeper would do well to collect about a dozen of the bees and send them alive, if possible, to some recognised authority for microscopical examination. The presence or absence of the mites could then be determined, and a method of treatment suggested. For this purpose, I warmly recommend Mr. A. M. Sturgis, Bachelor of Science, at East Dean Apiaries, Eastbourne, Sussex. The bees should be packed in soft tissue paper in a small tin box, and a fee of 2 shillings and 6pence should accompany the letter. It should be noted, however, that Mr. Sturgis advises on suspected acarine disease only. Specimens related to any other bee or brood disease may be sent to myself, in this case without fee. In the event of an unfavourable report being received as to acarine, and the season be summertime, I advise the following treatment, which is always worth trying, even if a number of crawlers have been observed. Pack the ordinary smoker with corrugated brown paper which has been sprinkled with flowers of sulphur before rolling into the usual cartridges. Give the suspected hive a gentle smoking with this, night and morning, for about a week. An interval should then be allowed to elapse, when the treatment may be resumed for another week, provided that no detrimental effect to the stock has ensued. I have known cases of undoubted acarine to be successfully cured by this simple method. There is another, and unquestionably more efficacious, method of treatment for acarine bee disease, known as the Frau cure, to which resort can be made if the season be late autumn or winter. During the times of active outdoor bee life, however, this method should not be attempted. The powerful drugs used induce a state of lethargy in the stock, and this in turn is pretty sure to attract robber bees from other hives, when the stock under treatment may be easily destroyed. Mr. Frau takes a square, as large as possible, of some porous material such as carpet felt, and sprinkles it with half a dram of the following solution: nitrobenzene 2 parts, safrole oil 1 part, petrol 2 parts. The half dram is evenly distributed over the whole surface of the felt, and this is then pushed in at the entrance of the affected hive between the brood frames and the floorboard. The operation is carried out about dusk, and on the 6 consecutive evenings the pad is withdrawn, sprinkled with another half dram of the solution, and replaced under the frames. The pad is then allowed to remain in the hive until the 10th day, when it is withdrawn altogether. An essential in the successful use of the Frau remedy is to use quilts which will not permit the passage of its fumes upward. The whole entrance to the hive also should be gated with perforated zinc, allowing only a small beeway in the centre. Note carefully that the substances forming the solution are highly poisonous and very inflammable. The solution must not be exposed to a naked light, nor should it on any account be inhaled. The floorboard of the hive under treatment should be raked daily and for several days after the pad has been finally withdrawn. If any sign of a robbing attack by other bees occurs, the beeway in the zinc should be closed temporarily. Hardly second in importance among diseases of the hive bee comes that known as foul brood. Actually, there are 2 varieties of foul brood, each caused by its distinctive microorganism. In both, as far as is known, the adult bees remain unaffected, while the brood dies in the cells. In the one form of the disease, that known as European foul brood, it is the young grubs that are affected, these dying before the cells are sealed and resolving into an evil-smelling coffee-coloured mass. In the other form, called American foul brood, the death of the young bees occurs after they have passed into the pupal state and the cells have been sealed over. In this form the disagreeable odour is normally absent. Both forms of the disease are highly infectious, and if not promptly dealt with, the whole apiary may succumb. Mild instances, especially of the first type, not infrequently cure themselves, but foul brood, when once recognised, should never be neglected. Where only a few combs are involved, these should be at once removed and burnt, the remaining combs, together with the whole interior of the hive, being sprayed with a solution of half a teaspoonful of phenol in 1 quart of water. But where the brood combs throughout are seriously affected, and the stock is strong enough to be worth the trouble, the bees should be given an entirely new brood nest. The best way to do this is to make an artificial swarm of the stock, as recommended by the late Mr. T. W. Cowan. The bees are shaken off the combs into a clean skep, wherein they are kept confined for a couple of days without any food. They are then placed in a fresh hive properly furnished with frames of foundation or drawn-out combs which have been well disinfected and supplied with syrup to which phenol has been added in the proportion of a quarter teaspoonful to the quart, until the bees are able to provide for themselves from the usual outside sources. In the diagnosis of foul brood, care should be taken not to confuse it with brood which has simply died from chill. In thin-walled hives, brood, both sealed and unsealed, is sometimes killed by cold, especially in spring. Such brood shrivels and eventually becomes black, or almost black, in colour, whereas the bee larvae or pupae which have died from foul brood infection always leave remains that are distinctly brown in hue. Dysentery is by far the commonest ailment to which the hive bee is subject in this country. It shows itself in a copious sprinkling of the hive, both inside and out, with drops of yellow matter discharged involuntarily by the bees, either when crawling or flying. It can be easily mistaken for acarine disease because, in bad cases, there are frequently numbers of bees wandering about on the ground in the vicinity of the hive, too weak to resume flight for the time being. With dysentery, however, these crawling bees eventually get on the wing again and return to the hive, unless chilled by too low a temperature. But the acarine-infested crawlers are doomed. Dysentery is principally caused by feeding on fermented stores. The hive should be opened, if the weather permit, and any combs containing unsealed food removed. Sound, thick honey or syrup should be supplied in an overhead feeder. With the advent of settled warm weather, this trouble usually disappears for the remainder of the season. End of section 16. End of Beekeeping for All, a Manual of Honeycraft by Tickner Edwardes.